Losing a soulmate is a heartbreak I wouldn't wish on anyone, not even those I least admire. My name is Amy, and the sadness of losing my husband came just 3 years after our wedding vows. Our life together was blissful. I had left my job because I had a high-risk pregnancy and was eager to welcome our baby girl. However, destiny had cruel plans. My husband was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and he bravely fought for 4 months before passing away. During his illness, we moved in with my in-laws, Carol and William. They supported us as best as they could. I was grateful they provided us shelter when we couldn't afford our own place anymore. After my husband died, I hoped for continued emotional support from them, but I was sadly mistaken. The warmth they once showed turned cold right after the funeral. Carol and William started treating me and my unborn child as burdens. I told them I planned to find a job and help financially, but they didn't care. Money wasn't a problem since my sister-in-law Angela, who had a good job, was covering all the expenses. Still, my in-laws remained distant, saying I wasn't welcome and didn't deserve their help. William bluntly told me that to them, my connection with their family ended with their son's death. Desperate, I begged them to let me stay a few more days, especially because of my risky pregnancy. My father-in-law shockingly suggested abortion as a solution, and Carol didn't object. Their hostility reached a peak when they tricked me into going to an abortion clinic, pretending it was a health checkup. Realizing what was happening, I protested and left. Returning to their house was difficult, but I realized I needed to find a new path for myself and my unborn daughter, away from the toxic environment my in-laws had created. Overwhelmed with grief and shock, I was devastated by their insistence on terminating my pregnancy. When they returned, they were furious and demanded I get an abortion. They said they had no intention of supporting me or my unborn child now that their son was gone. I tried to remind them that the baby was their grandchild, but they ignored me. Their ultimatum was harsh: either leave or get an abortion. The reality of their rejection hit me hard, especially so soon after my husband's death. Carol forcefully escorted me out, ignoring my protests and the danger it posed to my pregnancy. Outnumbered and worried for my baby's safety, I had no choice but to leave. Standing on their porch, I was in despair, realizing I had nowhere to go and no financial support. I reminded them of the sacrifices I had made, believing we were family, but they didn't care. They denied any family connection to me or the baby, saying they didn't want a granddaughter and accused me of trying to manipulate them with the baby's existence. Their cruel words suggested that without their support, our survival didn't matter to them. These were among the last heartless words they said before shutting the door, leaving me isolated without even basic necessities or important documents. In that moment, I faced the harsh reality of their complete rejection and indifference towards me and their grandchild. Sitting on the porch, enveloped in despair, I felt utterly shattered and powerless. After crying uncontrollably for about 30 minutes, Carol and William confronted me again, demanding to know why I was still there and insisting I leave their property immediately. They threatened to call the police if I didn't leave, which was the final push I needed to understand they were serious. Fearful for my safety and that of my unborn child, and knowing I had no legal standing since my name wasn't on the lease, I gathered my strength and began to walk away, tears streaming down my face. I walked a few blocks, feeling lost and overwhelmed. I decided to call Angela, holding on to a sliver of hope that she might offer me some support. As soon as she answered, my emotions, amplified by pregnancy hormones, burst forth uncontrollably. Somehow, through my sobs, I managed to tell her where I was but couldn't say much more. Angela, alarmed by my distress, quickly came to pick me up. Angela's home became a safe haven for me. She gently comforted me, reminding me to try and control my tears for the baby's sake. She didn't ask for details, but focused on helping me feel better, even preparing food and a smoothie to calm me down. Once I was somewhat calmer, Angela, with a serious tone, urged me to tell her what had happened. Her assurance of support, no matter what, was comforting to me. I hesitated, knowing that her parents were involved in my problems might change things between us. "Angela, something significant happened. It's about your parents," I managed to say, bracing for her reaction. Angela's response was a moment of silence, a pause that felt like an eternity as she processed what I said. Her promise to support me, especially knowing I carried her niece, was strong. But the news that her parents were at the heart of my despair tested that promise. As I hesitantly revealed her parents' involvement in my troubles, I feared Angela might be upset with me for accusing them. But her reaction, after a brief pause, was one of concern and openness. She assured me in a gentle tone that my fears of offending her were unfounded and encouraged me to share my ordeal. When I confessed that her parents had not only kicked me out, but also tried to force me into having an abortion, her shock was clear. The revelation seemed almost unbelievable to her, a stark contrast to the image she had of her family. Angela's confusion deepened as I detailed how her parents had even taken me to a clinic to try and make me have an abortion. This plan was stopped only by the understanding staff at the clinic. I could see the turmoil of shock and disbelief in her eyes as she processed my words, struggling to reconcile them with the parents she knew. Her disbelief turned to horror as I explained their motive: fear of financial and caregiving responsibilities for me and my child. Despite my assurances of independence and my plans to find work, they remained unmoved. Angela's astonishment grew as I disclosed the financial deceit over my husband's supposed medical bills, a lie that stripped me of the last of my resources. Angela was adamant that no such debts existed. She had personally taken care of her brother's expenses to ensure her parents weren't financially burdened. Realizing that her parents had tricked me into giving up the little money left by my late husband hit me hard, bringing back my tears. It was a cruel lesson in their greed and callousness, exploiting my vulnerability for their gain. Angela's silence showed her shock and dismay at her parents' actions that betrayed not just me, but the memory of their son. After giving me space to express my grief, Angela's response was full of empathy and apology. Although she struggled to grasp the full extent of their betrayal, her support at that moment was a small light in the overwhelming darkness of my situation. I said to her, "I haven't had the chance to tell you about the financial aspect of things, Angela," to which she replied, "Please, you don't need to apologize." I told Angela, overwhelmed by her generosity, "You've already done so much by covering the medical expenses. Without your help, I would have been buried in debt." Angela's actions were the perfect example of family support, a stark contrast to her parents' selfishness. She admitted that she always knew her parents prioritized their own desires, but never imagined they would go so far as to deny me a temporary home until I could support myself. Angela's disbelief turned into determination as she insisted that I wasn't alone and promised that her parents' actions wouldn't go unchallenged. She decided to confront them directly over the phone because she needed to hear their justification firsthand. Not because she doubted my story, but because she wanted to understand their reasoning. During the call, Angela's straightforward questioning about why they threw me out revealed their true nature. Their defense was weak. They claimed they had no intention of causing harm, yet they couldn't explain why they insisted on such a drastic action against their grandchild. Angela's anger was clear as she demanded an explanation. Her parents' attempts to justify their actions only deepened the wound. Listening to them try to rationalize what they did was heartbreaking. Even when faced with their daughter's outrage, William and Carol stuck to their excuses, insisting on their right to a carefree retirement undisturbed by the needs of their late son's family. They claimed they had done enough by caring for their son in his final months, viewing their sacrifices as sufficient reason to avoid any further responsibility. Their words painted a clear picture. In their eyes, their comfort in retirement was more important than the needs of their grandchild and me. This chilling revelation underscored their willingness to abandon their family for the sake of their own ease, a stance that Angela strongly opposed. Her loyalty and support offered a glimmer of hope amidst the bleakness of their rejection. Hearing Carol and William's words was like a blow to my already fragile state. They were adamant about persuading Angela to abandon me, portraying me as a burden who would exploit her kindness. Their harsh advice to Angela, to leave me to fend for myself on the streets, suggesting it would bring me to my senses, was unbelievably cruel. Their words plunged me into despair, fearing for my future and that of my unborn child. But just as I felt the weight of hopelessness, Angela's response ignited a spark of hope. She challenged her parents with fierce protectiveness, questioning their humanity and the values they claimed to uphold. Angela reminded them of the financial support she had provided, which allowed them to retire comfortably, highlighting the irony in their claim of hard work. Her anger showed her disbelief in their actions and intentions. Carol and William tried to justify their stance by framing it as a financial safeguard for Angela, even suggesting they'd lie to cover up their demand to kick me out. Angela met this with unwavering refusal. She declared she would not mimic their heartlessness, expressing her shock and disgust at their lack of empathy and familial duty. Angela's defense of me and her outright rejection of her parents' manipulative tactics revealed her strong character and the genuine bond she felt with me, akin to that of a sister. Her fierce response to their demands, and her readiness to stand against them showed her strength and resolve to protect what she believed was right, regardless of the personal cost. Her parents' attempts to impose their will were met with Angela's firm refusal to conform to their heartless demands, challenging their motives and ethics. Angela's stance not only defended me, but also upheld the memory of her brother, reflecting her deep love for him and respect for the family ties her parents were so quick to dismiss. Her courage and integrity in the face of such family adversity were a beacon of hope in what felt like an endless night. Angela's bold declaration that she would cease her financial support was a significant turning point, leaving William and Carol shocked. They had never anticipated that Angela would take such a drastic step in my defense. Even I was surprised by Angela's determination to stand up for me so firmly. William and Carol were in disbelief, unable to grasp the reality that Angela was serious about redirecting her support from them to me and my unborn child. Their reaction to Angela's stance was a mixture of confusion and denial, questioning if she really intended to cut them off financially over what they dismissively called a stupid woman. Angela's resolve was unshakable. She corrected them, emphasizing my importance and her commitment to support me and her future niece instead of funding the comfortable lifestyle of her parents, who were more than capable of managing on their own. Her declaration marked an end to their exploitation of her generosity, signaling a new priority: my well-being and that of my baby. This stance by Angela left William and Carol scrambling, their earlier confidence dissolving into panic as they faced the real possibility of having to fend for themselves financially. They attempted to backtrack quickly from their initial demand for my departure to a sudden willingness to welcome me back, which was a clear sign of their desperation. They even went so far as to retract their insistence on abortion, suggesting a newfound readiness to figure things out. Angela then passed the decision to me, her smile signaling a power shift. It was my moment to address the situation, to highlight their wrongful actions and seek accountability. Calmly, I voiced my doubts about their sincerity, pointing out their egregious behavior and the lack of a genuine apology. Confronted with this, William and Carol hastily offered their apologies, a stark contrast to their previous stance. They expressed regret for their actions and extended an invitation for me to return, promising to make amends. This sudden change of heart was a testament to Angela's influence and the realization that their financial stability was at stake. The situation underscored the power of standing united against unfairness and manipulation, shifting the dynamics in a way that demanded respect and acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Struggling with mixed feelings, I confronted William and Carol about the deceitful way they had manipulated me out of my late husband's money, despite Angela covering all the bills. Their scheme had unraveled, revealing their dishonesty and exploitation at a time when I was most vulnerable. Seizing the moment, I demanded the return of the money they had unjustly taken, emphasizing that they had no right to it given their lack of support during my husband's illness. Reluctantly and likely feeling cornered, William and Carol quickly refunded the money through PayPal. Then, they reached out to Angela, suggesting a return to normalcy, as if a financial repayment could erase their wrongdoings. They even proposed setting up a nursery, attempting to lure me back with promises and pretenses of family unity. However, their assumption that a simple apology and refund would mend fences was misplaced. Their expectation of forgiveness, despite their initial willingness to disown me and my unborn child, was a testament to their entitlement. They seemed to believe these gestures were sufficient for reconciliation, overlooking the depth of the hurt they had caused. Firmly, I rejected their notion of family and forgiveness. Their actions, particularly their attempt to coerce me into an abortion, were unforgivable. The audacity to suggest that my daughter would want them in her life after they had so clearly rejected her was appalling. I made it clear that my child did not need such grandparents, emphasizing that their initial rejection and subsequent superficial apologies could not undo the harm they had inflicted. Angela stood by me, reiterating my lack of forgiveness and reaffirming her decision to withdraw her financial support from them. This decision was not taken lightly, but was a direct consequence of their actions and their failure to truly acknowledge the gravity of their wrongdoing. William and Carol's reaction to this finality was one of desperation. Their pleas for us to reconsider, driven by the sudden reality of facing financial responsibilities without Angela's support, were pitiful. Their earlier confidence evaporated, leaving them to reckon with the consequences of their actions, a fitting end to their manipulative attempts to control and discard us according to their whims. Watching William and Carol face the consequences of their actions was both tough and satisfying. They tried to make us feel guilty, but it didn't work. Angela decided enough was enough. She was going to collect my things and then cut ties with them. She even said she'd bring the police to make sure they couldn't keep any of my stuff. True to her word, Angela arrived with a police officer who turned out to be her boyfriend, a surprise to us all. Despite their pleas, I had moved on and blocked them. Angela didn't stop there. She told her whole extended family about what had happened. They were appalled by William and Carol's behavior and rallied around me instead. In the time leading up to my daughter's birth, I was wrapped in a cocoon of love and support. I landed a job through a friend, set to start once daycare was sorted for my little one. For now, I'm staying with Angela, who's been encouraging me to save up for a house to secure our future. Her boyfriend has been an incredible support system. I managed to get a restraining order against William and Carol, thanks to statements from the abortion clinic, ensuring they stayed away from my child and me. My baby girl is healthy and blessed with her father's dark eyes. Seeing them for the first time brought tears to my eyes, and Angela has been my rock through this, choosing to sever ties with her parents permanently. Life took a turn for William and Carol. They've downsized to a small apartment and had to return to work because of financial strain. It seems karma has come full circle, placing them in the very situation they wished upon me.
The cream-colored envelope felt like lead in my hands. Gold foil accents caught the morning light streaming through my apartment windows, mocking me with their cheerful sparkle. I didn't need to open it to know what was inside, the wedding invitation I'd been dreading for months. My name is Monica, and my brother was about to marry my best friend, or rather, my former best friend. "You've been staring at that thing for 10 minutes, Sullivan said from my kitchen counter, where he was nursing his second cup of coffee. "Want me to open it for you?" I shook my head, finally sliding my finger under the flap. The invitation was exactly as pretentious as I'd expected. Thick cardstock, elaborate calligraphy, and a photo of the happy couple gazing lovingly into each other's eyes. "Well," Sullivan prompted, "you are cordially invited to celebrate the union of Riker and Jolie," I read aloud, my voice flat. "God, I think I'm going to be sick." "You don't have to go," Sullivan said, but we both knew that wasn't true. I dropped onto my couch, letting the invitation fall to the floor. If I don't show up, they win. They get to paint me as the bitter, jealous sister who couldn't handle their perfect love story. I made air quotes with my fingers, feeling childish but too angry to care. My phone buzzed. Speaking of the devil, it was my mother. "Did you get it?" she asked, not bothering with hello. "Isn't it beautiful? Jolie picked out the design herself." "Of course she did," I muttered. "Yes, Mom, I got it." "Now, honey, I know this is complicated, but your brother is happy. Can't you just be happy for him?" I closed my eyes, counting to 10. "Mom, Jolie was my best friend since middle school. She spent every Christmas with us for a decade. And suddenly, 6 months ago, they announced they're dating. Don't you think that's weird?" "Sometimes love just happens that way," she said, her voice syrupy sweet. "Oh, did you see the note about the family meeting tomorrow night? Your father insists everyone attend. It's about the estate planning." My stomach dropped. "Estate planning? Why now?" "Well, with Riker getting married, your father wants to make sure everything's properly arranged. You'll be there, right?" I caught Sullivan's eye across the room. He'd heard enough of my conversations with my mother to know that tone, the one that said this wasn't really a request. "I'll be there," I said, hanging up before she could say more. Sullivan crossed the room and picked up the invitation, studying it. "You think this is about the inheritance? When isn't it?" I grabbed my laptop, pulling up my bank account. The numbers hadn't changed. My teaching salary wasn't going to magically transform into the kind of money Riker and Jolie were after. My grandmother's estate is worth millions, and now suddenly my golden boy brother is marrying my best friend, right when Dad's talking about estate planning. That's not a coincidence. My phone buzzed again, a text from my grandmother, Rosalind. "Come see me before the family meeting tomorrow. Bring coffee, the good kind." I showed Sullivan the message. He raised an eyebrow. "Your grandmother's the sharp one, right? The one who never bought into Riker's act?" "That's her." I felt a small spark of hope for the first time since the invitation arrived. She sees right through him, always has. Then maybe she knows something about what they're planning. I stood up, gathering my keys and bag. Only one way to find out. Want to grab dinner later? I have a feeling I'm going to need a drink after tomorrow's meeting. "Count me in," Sullivan said, heading for the door. At the threshold, he paused. "Hey, Monica, whatever they're planning, you're stronger than they think. Don't forget that." After he left, I picked up the invitation again, running my finger over the embossed names. Riker and Jolie, my brother and my best friend, who'd spent years listening to my secrets, my hopes, my fears, probably laughing about them the whole time. My phone buzzed one more time. A text from Jolie. "Hope you got the invitation. Can't wait to officially be sisters." I didn't reply. Instead, I opened my safe and pulled out the last birthday card Jolie had given me, just 6 months before she and Riker announced their relationship. Best friends forever, she'd written. No secrets between us. I placed the wedding invitation next to the birthday card, a physical reminder of their betrayal. Tomorrow I'd see my grandmother and find out what she knew. But tonight, I had research to do. If they thought I was going to sit quietly while they manipulated my family and tried to cut me out of my inheritance, they were about to learn how wrong they were. The church bells chimed as I slipped into the back pew, 30 minutes early for the ceremony. My grandmother's words from our morning coffee meeting still echoed in my mind. Watch everything, dear, especially what they think no one's seeing. I smoothed my navy blue dress, definitely not the pale pink bridesmaid gown Jolie had forgotten to ask me to wear, and observed the pre-wedding chaos. Monica, my mother's voice cut through the murmur of arriving guests. Why aren't you helping Jolie get ready? All her bridesmaids are upstairs. Funny, I must have missed that invitation too, I said, keeping my voice light. Besides, I thought the bride preferred to keep some distance between us these days. Mom's face tightened. Don't start. Not today. Everything okay here? Riker appeared beside us, looking perfect in his tuxedo, always the concerned brother in public. Just fine, I said, meeting his eyes, congratulating my dear brother on his unexpected romance. Riker's smile didn't waver, but his eyes hardened. Life's full of surprises, sis. Speaking of which, Dad wants to talk to you after the reception, about yesterday's meeting. The meeting you and Jolie conveniently scheduled during my teaching hours? I raised an eyebrow. How did that go? Wonderfully, he said, his voice dripping with fake warmth. We made some important decisions about the family trust. Dad's really thinking about the future. Before I could respond, the wedding coordinator hustled everyone to their places. I watched from my seat as Riker took his position at the altar, the perfect picture of a loving groom. The bridal march began, and Jolie appeared in a dress that probably cost more than my yearly salary. As she passed my pew, our eyes met briefly. Something flickered across her face. Guilt, fear, before she quickly looked away. During the ceremony, I noticed Jolie's hand trembling as she recited her vows. Interesting. The confident Jolie I knew never showed nervousness. I pulled out my phone and typed a quick note. Bride nervous. Why? The reception was held in the grand ballroom of the Harvey Hotel, my family's flagship property. I found a quiet corner to observe the festivities, noting how Jolie worked the room, charming every wealthy guest in attendance. Quite the performance, isn't it? I turned to find Sullivan beside me, offering a glass of champagne. You made it, I said, grateful for his steady presence. Couldn't let you face the lions alone. He nodded toward where Jolie was laughing with my father. Notice how she keeps touching her neck. Classic tell when she's lying. You picked up on that too? I took a sip of champagne. She used to do that during our college presentations. Monica. Jolie's voice made me freeze. She stood behind us, her wedding dress rustling. Can we talk? Privately. Sullivan squeezed my arm before walking away. I followed Jolie to a quiet hallway, away from the reception's noise. You look beautiful, she said, fidgeting with her necklace again. I really did mean to ask you to be a bridesmaid. Save it, I cut her off. What do you want? She glanced around nervously. I need you to know this isn't what you think. Oh, so you didn't secretly date my brother while being my best friend. You didn't help him convince Dad to restructure the trust in your favor yesterday. Her face paled. How did you know about the meeting? Grandmother told me everything this morning, including how you suggested removing my voting rights from the family business. Riker said it was for the best, she whispered. The company needs strong leadership, and you've never shown interest, because Riker blocked every attempt I made to get involved. I stepped closer. Tell me something, Jolie. Was any of it real? Our friendship? Or was I just your ticket into the Harvey fortune all along? Tears welled in her eyes. It's not that simple. There are things you don't know. There you are, Riker's voice boomed down the hallway. Everyone's waiting for the first dance. As he led Jolie away, She looked back at me, her expression desperate. "Monica, please, be careful." "Come on, honey," Riker said firmly, cutting her off. I watched them return to the reception, my mind racing. Jolie was scared, not of me, but of something else. Or someone else. My phone buzzed with a text from my grandmother. "Meet me in my office. Now, bring that sharp friend of yours." I found Sullivan and showed him the message. He grinned. "Ready to crash this party?" "More than ready," I said, heading for the elevator. "I think Grandma's about to show us her cards." Grandmother's office on the top floor of the Harvey Hotel was a time capsule of old money and power. Dark wood paneling, leather-bound books, and a massive desk that had witnessed decades of family decisions. She sat behind it now, looking more alert than I'd seen her in years. "Lock the door," she instructed as Sullivan and I entered. "What I'm about to show you can't leave this room." I turned the lock while Sullivan took a seat. Grandmother pulled out a thick manila envelope from her desk drawer. "Your brother made a mistake," she said, her voice sharp. "He thought I was sleeping during yesterday's meeting. I wasn't." She spread several documents across the desk. "Look here. These are the original trust documents, drawn up by your grandfather 30 years ago. And these," she pulled out another set of papers, "are the changes Riker and your father tried to push through yesterday." Sullivan leaned forward, scanning the papers. "They're trying to consolidate voting power. Worse," I said, pointing to a highlighted section. "They're trying to make it so only married family members can hold controlling shares. That's why the wedding was rushed." Grandmother nodded. "Precisely. But your brother got sloppy. Notice anything about these signatures?" I examined the papers closely, then gasped. "These are dated 3 months ago. But Dad's signature looks different from his current one. Because your father broke his writing hand 2 months ago," Grandmother said, smiling grimly. "He couldn't have signed these then." "They forged his signature." Sullivan whistled low. "That's not just unethical, that's illegal. Indeed." Grandmother pulled out one final document, which is why I had my lawyers draw this up last week. It's an amendment to the trust that supersedes anything your brother tried to do. It guarantees equal shares to both my grandchildren, regardless of marital status. "Does Dad know about this?" I asked. "Not yet. I'm saving that for the reception." She checked her elegant watch. "In about an hour, actually." A knock at the door made us all jump. "Mother?" It was Dad. "Are you in there? The photographer wants family photos." Grandmother quickly gathered the documents. "Just a moment, dear." She turned to me, her voice low. "Monica, I need you to take these to my lawyer's office tonight. Thomas is expecting you. Don't let anyone see you leave." "What about the photos?" I asked. "Oh, I think we can spare you from those," she said with a wink. "Sullivan, would you mind creating a small distraction in about 10 minutes? Something to draw attention away from the service elevator?" Sullivan grinned. "I think I can manage that." We waited until Dad's footsteps faded before opening the door. Grandmother grabbed my arm as I passed. "One more thing. That friend of yours, Jolie, she came to see me last week, alone. Said she had something to tell me about Riker, but he interrupted before she could. Watch her carefully. I think she's having second thoughts." I nodded, tucking the envelope into my purse. "Why are you helping me like this?" Her eyes softened. "Because you remind me of myself at your age. And because I've watched Riker manipulate this family for too long. It's time someone stood up to him." Back at the reception, I positioned myself near the service elevator while Sullivan made his way to the dessert table. Right on cue, there was a crash, followed by Sullivan's theatrical apology as the massive wedding cake toppled over. The crowd gasped and surged toward the commotion. I slipped into the elevator unnoticed, my heart pounding. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of Jolie watching me from across the room. She gave me the smallest of nods before turning away. The law office was only 3 blocks away. I hurried through the darkening streets, clutching my purse tight. A text from Sullivan lit up my phone. "Cake crisis contained. Riker furious. Your grandmother is amazing. She suggested everyone take a break for coffee while they clean up. You've got at least 30 minutes. Thomas, my grandmother's lawyer, was waiting at the door." Right on time, he said, ushering me inside. Let's get these filed before your brother realizes what's happening. As Thomas processed the documents, I thought about Jolie's earlier warning and her conversation with my grandmother. There was more going on here than just the trust. My phone buzzed again, this time from an unknown number. Meet me in the hotel garden after the reception. Come alone. I'll tell you everything. Jay. I showed the message to Thomas. Should I go? He finished stamping the last document. These are officially filed now. Whatever your brother was planning, he can't touch your inheritance anymore. He handed me a copy. I'd say you're in a strong position to hear what she has to say. I headed back to the hotel, the weight of the documents replaced by a new tension. In an hour, my grandmother would reveal everything to the family. But first, I had a garden meeting to attend, and something told me Jolie's secrets could change everything. I slipped back into the reception just as the staff finished cleaning up the cake disaster. Sullivan appeared at my side, pressing a fresh glass of champagne into my hand. Mission accomplished, he whispered. Documents are safe with Thomas, I confirmed, but we're not done yet. Look at this. I showed him Jolie's text. Could be a trap, he said, frowning. Or she could finally be ready to talk. I watched Jolie across the room, noting how Riker hadn't left her side since I'd returned. His hand rested on her lower back, but it looked less like affection and more like control. Ladies and gentlemen, the DJ's voice boomed through the speakers. The happy couple would like to thank everyone for their patience during our little mishap. And now, it's time for the father-daughter dance. I used the distraction to make my way closer to where Riker stood with our parents. He was speaking in low, urgent tones. Can't find the original documents anywhere, I caught him saying, and grandmother's being impossible. Quiet, Dad hissed, spotting me. Monica, come join us, sweetheart. Actually, Mum cut in, Riker was just telling us about your behavior earlier. Really, Monica, confronting the bride like that? Interesting, I said, locking eyes with my brother. What exactly did Jolie tell you about our conversation? Riker's jaw tightened. She said you were making accusations, trying to ruin her special day. Did she mention what those accusations were about? Before he could answer, grandmother's voice rang out behind us. Milton, dear, could you help me with something in my office? Bring Riker, too. Now, Riker protested, we're in the middle of... Now. Grandmother's tone left no room for argument. As they left, I noticed Jolie slipping through the French doors to the garden. Perfect timing. I waited 30 seconds, then followed. The garden was lit by strings of fairy lights, casting soft shadows among the roses. Jolie stood by the fountain, still in her wedding dress, but looking smaller somehow, more like the girl I used to know. You came, she said, wringing her hands. I wasn't sure you would. Start talking. I never wanted any of this, she burst out. The wedding, the trust, none of it. Riker, he has something on me. On my family. What do you mean? My father's company was failing. Riker offered to help, said he'd invest and save us from bankruptcy. But then he started asking for favors. Small things at first, then bigger ones. She wiped at her eyes. Before I knew it, he owned us. He said if I didn't go along with his plan, he'd destroy everything my father built, and marrying him was part of the plan. He needed a wife to secure his position in the trust, said it had to be someone he could trust to vote his way. She laughed bitterly. Who better than his sister's best friend? Someone who already knew the family. My phone buzzed, a text from Sullivan. Your brother just stormed out of your grandmother's office. He looks ready to kill someone. Get back inside now. Jolie, I said urgently, I need you to be very clear. Are you saying Riker blackmailed you into marriage? There's more, she whispered. I found something in his office last week. Documents about... There you are. Riker's voice cut through the night like a knife. He strode toward us, his face twisted with rage. Having a nice chat? Riker, please, Jolie started. Shut up, he snapped. Both of you get back inside, now. Or what? I challenged, stepping between him and Jolie. Going to threaten us like you threatened her family? His eyes widened, then narrowed dangerously. You have no idea what you're talking about. But if you want to play games, little sister, remember, I always win. Not this time. Grandmother emerged from the shadows, followed by Dad and Sullivan. I heard everything, Riker, and so did your father. Dad looked shattered. Son, is this true? Did you blackmail this girl? Of course not, Riker protested. They're lying, trying to turn you against me. That's enough. Grandmother's voice was steel. Milton, I believe it's time for that announcement I mentioned. And Riker, you might want to call your lawyer. As they led Riker back inside, Sullivan caught my arm. You okay? I watched Jolie sink onto a bench, her wedding dress pooling around her like broken dreams. I will be. But first, I need to help an old friend. The garden fell quiet, except for the splash of the fountain and Jolie's soft sobs. I sat beside her, remembering all our shared secrets, all our promises to always be there for each other. Come on, I said gently. Let's get you out of that dress. We have a lot to talk about. The morning after the wedding, I sat in my grandmother's study surrounded by boxes of old family documents. Jolie was asleep in one of the hotel's suites upstairs, finally peaceful after crying herself to sleep. Sullivan had brought us coffee and pastries before heading to work, promising to return later. Look at this, Grandmother said, sliding a folder across the desk. Bank statements from 3 years ago. Notice anything strange? I scanned the papers, my eyes catching on a series of transfers. These are all going to offshore accounts. Exactly, and look who authorized them. Riker. I sat back, pieces clicking into place. He's been embezzling from the family business. Not just embezzling. Jolie's voice made us both jump. She stood in the doorway, wearing borrowed clothes, her face pale but determined. He's been running a whole shadow operation. That's what I found in his office. Grandmother gestured for her to join us. Tell us everything. It started with small things, Jolie said, sinking into a chair. Using company resources for personal projects. Then he began creating fake subsidiaries, channeling money through them. When my father's company did their audit last year, he found discrepancies. That's when Riker stepped in with his help. And threatened to implicate your father if you didn't cooperate. I finished. Jolie nodded. But last week I found more. He's been falsifying environmental reports for the hotel renovations, cutting corners, using banned materials. If this gets out, it could destroy the company's reputation. A knock at the door interrupted us. Sullivan entered, looking grim. You need to see this, he said, holding up his phone. On the screen was a news article. Harvey Hotel's CEO's son arrested on fraud charges. It's starting, Grandmother said, reaching for her phone as it began to ring. Milton, yes, I've seen it. No, stay where you are. We'll handle this. I pulled up the article on my laptop. Multiple sources claim investigation ongoing. Holy shit, they're saying he's been running this scheme for years. There's more, Jolie said quietly. She pulled a USB drive from her pocket. I copied his files before the wedding. Everything's here. The fake companies, the bribes, all of it. I was going to turn it over to the authorities, but I was scared. You're doing it now, I said firmly. That's what matters. Grandmother hung up the phone. The press will be here soon. Monica, take Jolie to Thomas's office. He'll know how to handle this legally. Sullivan, help me gather these documents. We need to prove we had no knowledge of Riker's activities. As if on cue, my phone lit up with Riker's number. I answered on speaker. You think you've won? His voice was cold, controlled. This is just the beginning, sister dear. I'm not going down alone. Actually, I said, you are. We have everything, Riker. The offshore accounts, the fake subsidiaries, the environmental cover-ups. Jolie gave us the files. Silence, then a harsh laugh. You're bluffing. Want to bet your future on that? I glanced at Jolie, who nodded encouragingly. Turn yourself in, Riker. Make it easier on everyone. You're going to regret this, he snarled, then hung up. He'll try something, Sullivan warned. Let him, grandmother said, her voice hard. We have the truth on our side now. We spent the next hour organizing documents and making copies. Jolie's hand shook as she wrote out her statement, but her words were clear and damning. Sullivan fielded calls from reporters, while grandmother coordinated with the company's PR team. I never thought it would end like this, Jolie said quietly, as we prepared to leave for the lawyer's office. I'm so sorry, Monica, for everything. I studied her face, the face of my oldest friend, worn down by months of fear and guilt. We'll get through this. Together this time. My phone buzzed with a text from Dad. Coming to the office. Need to talk to you both. Ready? I asked Jolie. She squared her shoulders. Ready. As we rode the elevator down, I thought about how quickly life could change. Yesterday, I'd watched my brother marry my best friend in what I thought was the ultimate betrayal. Today, we were exposing his crimes and rebuilding broken trust. The lobby was already filling with reporters. Sullivan appeared at my side, creating a path through the crowd. Cars waiting out back, he murmured. Your grandmother's handling the press. Through the glass doors, I could see camera flashes and microphones. Somewhere in the city, my brother was probably watching his carefully constructed world crumble. But for the first time in years, I felt strong, certain. Miss Harvey, a reporter called out, what do you have to say about your brother's arrest? I kept walking, Jolie's hand tight in mine, Sullivan at our backs. We had truth to deliver and justice to serve. The time for hiding was over. The law office buzzed with activity as Thomas's team pored over the documents. Dad sat across from me, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Jolie had just finished giving her statement to the investigators. I should have seen it, Dad said, rubbing his temples. All those times he insisted on handling the finances himself. He fooled everyone, I said, but Dad shook his head. Not everyone. Your grandmother tried to warn me. So did you. He reached across the table and took my hand. I'm sorry I didn't listen. The door opened and Thomas entered with 2 police detectives. We have a situation, he announced. Riker just emptied several accounts before we could freeze them. He's trying to leave the country. What? Dad stood up. How much did he take? Nearly 10 million, one detective said. We've alerted airport security, but... My phone rang. Sullivan. Turn on the news, he said without preamble. Now. I grabbed the remote for Thomas's office TV. The headline made my heart stop. Harvey Hotels. Heir holds wife hostage at family estate. The camera showed our family mansion surrounded by police cars. Riker's voice came through in a phone interview. I want safe passage out of the country, or everyone learns exactly how deep the corruption in this family goes. Oh God, Jolie whispered. He's in my old office. That's where I kept my backup files. What backup files? Thomas asked sharply. Everything about his schemes, but also other things. Things about the family that he told me in confidence. Scandals he was saving as leverage. Dad's face went white. The merger scandal from '95. Among others, Jolie said. I'm so sorry. I kept records of everything as insurance. My phone buzzed again. Grandmother. Don't let your father do anything rash. On my way with a solution. We need to end this now, Dad said, reaching for his coat. I'll talk to him. No. I blocked his path. That's exactly what he wants. More family secrets to exploit. The detective's radio crackled. Suspect is demanding to speak with his sister. Says he'll only negotiate with her. Everyone turned to look at me. Sullivan, who had just arrived, stepped forward. No way, it's too dangerous. I have to, I said, but I have an idea. I turned to Jolie. Where exactly in your office did you keep those files? Bottom drawer of the oak desk, hidden compartment. Why? I smiled grimly. Because while Riker was busy learning the family business, I was the one who spent summers exploring that house. I know every secret passage, including the one that leads right under that office. Absolutely not, Dad protested, but Thomas was already nodding. We can work with this. Get SWAT in position while she keeps him talking. The next hour was a blur of tactical planning. I wore a wire as Sullivan drove me to the mansion. Police cars lined the street, lights flashing silently. "Be careful in there," Sullivan said, gripping my hand. "He's desperate." "That makes two of us." The negotiator handed me a phone. Riker answered on the first ring. "Come alone through the front door," he ordered. "Any tricks, and everyone learns just how dirty this family's money really is." I entered slowly, hands raised. Riker stood in the office doorway, looking wild-eyed. A gun trembled in his hand. "Just you and me now, sis," he said. "Like old times." "Let's talk," I said, moving into the office. Through the window, I could see police snipers taking position. I just needed to keep him distracted for 5 more minutes. "Nothing to talk about," he spat. "You ruined everything. You and that treacherous bitch I married. You did this to yourself, Riker. The fraud, the blackmail, the threats. I did what I had to do. This family never appreciated me, always comparing me to you. Perfect Monica, so honest, so principled." A slight scratching sound came from behind the desk, right on schedule. "It's not too late," I said, taking a step closer. "Turn yourself in, make it right." "Make it right?" He laughed manically. "I'm going to burn it all down, starting with these." He moved toward the desk drawer. The hidden panel behind him burst open. 2 SWAT officers tackled him as the gun clattered to the floor. More police poured in through the door. "No," Riker screamed as they cuffed him. "You don't understand. I had to do it. The family legacy." "Is safe," Grandmother said, entering regally. "No thanks to you." As they led Riker away, Dad pulled me into a fierce hug. "Don't ever do anything like that again." "No promises," I said, watching my brother's retreating form. "Some things are worth fighting for." Outside, Sullivan waited with Jolie. The morning sun was rising over the mansion, casting long shadows across the lawn. An era was ending, but maybe, just maybe, something better was beginning. 1 week after Riker's arrest, we gathered in Grandmother's office for an emergency board meeting. The room was packed with lawyers, executives, and family members. Jolie sat beside me, her annulment papers freshly signed. "The press is having a field day," Thomas said, spreading newspapers across the conference table. Headlines screamed about scandal and betrayal. "We need to address this head-on." "I agree," Grandmother said, standing at the head of the table. "Which is why I've called everyone here. It's time for changes." She nodded to her assistant, who distributed thick folders to everyone present. "These documents outline our new corporate structure," she continued. "Complete transparency, enhanced oversight, and—" She paused, smiling at me. "New leadership." Dad cleared his throat. "Mother, are you sure about this?" "Absolutely." She turned to address the room. "Effective immediately, I'm stepping down as CEO. Monica will take my place, with Jolie heading our legal compliance department." The room erupted in murmurs. I sat frozen, feeling every eye turn to me. "With all due respect," one of the older board members spoke up, "Miss Harvey has no experience running a hotel chain." "No," Grandmother agreed. "But she has something more valuable, integrity, and she won't be alone." She gestured to Sullivan, who stood by the door. "Mr. Hart has agreed to join us as CFO, bringing his expertise in corporate restructuring." Sullivan stepped forward. "I've reviewed the books. With proper management and transparency, we can recover from this scandal stronger than ever." "The vote must be unanimous," Thomas reminded everyone. "As per company bylaws." I stood up, heart pounding, but voice steady. "I know many of you have doubts. You're wondering if I can handle this responsibility. But I've watched this company my whole life. I've seen its potential and its flaws. I'm not my brother. I don't want power for power's sake. I want to rebuild what he nearly destroyed." Jolie stood next to me. "I'll testify to everything Riker did, every scheme, every cover-up. Then I'll help create safeguards to ensure it never happens again." The boardroom fell silent. Grandmother picked up her gavel. "All in favor?" Hands rose slowly at first, then faster. Dad's went up last, his eyes shining with tears. Unanimous, grandmother declared, banging the gavel. Congratulations, CEO Harvey. The next hour was a blur of signatures and handshakes. As the room cleared, Sullivan pulled me aside. You ready for this? Ask me again in a year, I said, managing a shaky laugh. Monica. Dad approached, looking uncertain. I owe you an apology. Many apologies, actually. I was so focused on preserving the family legacy, I couldn't see who was really protecting it. We all made mistakes, I said, but we can fix them, together. A commotion outside drew our attention. Through the glass walls, we could see reporters gathering in the lobby. Your first challenge as CEO, grandmother said, straightening my jacket. Time to face the press. Jolie handed me a folder. The statement we prepared, but maybe speak from the heart instead. I took a deep breath and walked to the elevator, Sullivan and Jolie flanking me. The doors opened to camera flashes and shouted questions. Miss Harvey, how do you respond to accusations that your brother's actions indicate systemic corruption? What changes can we expect under your leadership? I stepped up to the microphones, feeling the weight of generations of Harvey business leaders behind me. Today marks a new chapter for our company, I began. One built on transparency, accountability, and trust. My brother betrayed those values, but his actions don't define us. What defines us is how we move forward. More questions flew, but one cut through the noise. How can the public trust another Harvey after what happened? Because I'm not just another Harvey, I said firmly. I'm the Harvey who helped expose the truth, the Harvey who chose integrity over power, and I'm the Harvey who promises you this. Every decision I make will be in the light, every action open to scrutiny. Sullivan squeezed my shoulder supportively as cameras flashed. Now, I continued, I'll take your questions. All of them, because that's how we rebuild trust, one honest answer at a time. As reporters raised their hands, I caught grandmother's proud smile from across the lobby. Dad stood beside her, nodding encouragingly. Jolie was already taking notes, preparing for the work ahead. This wasn't the family drama I'd expected when I received that wedding invitation. But maybe it was the one we needed, a chance to tear down the old facades and build something real in their place. First question, I said, pointing to a reporter. Let's begin. The autumn breeze rustled through the courtyard as I unlocked the heavy doors of the Harvey Hotel's main entrance. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. These quiet moments before the day began had become my favorite part of being CEO. You're here early, Sullivan said, appearing with 2 coffee cups. He handed me one and fell into step beside me. Couldn't sleep. Today's the day. We rode the elevator to the top floor, where Jolie was already waiting. Legal documents spread across the conference table. Everything's ready, she said, looking up. The prosecutor called. Riker's taking the plea deal. I sank into a chair, emotion swirling. How long? 8 years minimum, plus full restitution. She pushed a newspaper across the table. But that's not why I called you both here so early. Look at this. The headline read, Harvey Hotels, named Most Transparent Corporation of the Year. Below was a photo of our leadership team, me, Sullivan, Jolie, and grandmother, at the opening of our newest location. Your grandmother's going to be insufferably proud, Sullivan said, grinning. Speaking of, Jolie nodded toward the door where grandmother stood, Dad beside her. I thought I might find you all here, grandmother said, entering regally. Big day. I just got off the phone with the prison, Dad said quietly. Riker wants to see you, Monica, before he signs the plea. The room fell silent. I felt Sullivan tense beside me. You don't have to go, he said. Yes, I do. I stood up. This needs to end properly. The prison visiting room was cold and sterile. Riker sat behind the glass, orange jumpsuit hanging loose on his frame. He looked smaller somehow, less threatening. Hello, sister, he said as I sat down. Come to gloat? No, I came to listen. He laughed bitterly. To what? My apology? My excuses? To whatever you need to say before you sign that plea. His facade cracked slightly. I saw the papers. Company's doing well under your leadership. It is. I never thought. He paused, struggling. You were always the good one, the honest one. I hated that about you, but now I understand why grandmother chose you. She didn't choose me, Riker. I chose to be trustworthy. You could have too. Too late for that now. He picked up the plea papers. 8 years is a long time. Use it well, I said, standing. Goodbye, brother. Back at the hotel, I found everyone in my office. Sullivan had ordered breakfast, and Jolie was showing Dad how to use the new transparency reporting software. How did it go? Grandmother asked softly. He signed the plea. I picked up a pastry. It's over. Not over, she corrected. Just beginning. The board approved your proposal for the charitable foundation. The one using recovered funds to help victims of corporate fraud? Dad asked. Brilliant idea. Actually, I said, that was Jolie's idea. Jolie blushed. Well, after experiencing it firsthand. Speaking of ideas, Sullivan interrupted, pulling out his tablet. Wait until you see the designs for the new employee profit-sharing program. As they launched into an animated discussion about the future, I walked to the window. Below, the city was coming alive. Hotel guests streamed through the lobby. Employees greeted each other. Life moved forward. My phone buzzed, a text from Thomas. Plea officially filed. It's done. Monica, Sullivan appeared at my side. Everyone's waiting. We have that meeting about expanding the educational scholarship program. I turned back to my family. Not just blood relatives, but the family we'd chosen and built. Dad arguing good-naturedly with Jolie about legal terminology. Grandmother pretending not to be proud of everything we'd accomplished. Sullivan, steady and supportive as always. Before we start, I said, getting their attention, I want to thank you all. A few months ago, I thought I'd lost everything. My best friend, my brother, my place in this family. Instead, I found something better, something real. Oh, darling, Grandmother said, you never lost your place. You just needed to claim it. And now that you have, Dad added, the company's stronger than ever. To new beginnings, Jolie proposed, raising her coffee cup. To family, Sullivan added, the kind you choose. To truth, I finished, joining their toast. Outside my office, phones rang and employees bustled. There were meetings to attend, decisions to make, a legacy to rebuild. But in that moment, surrounded by people I trusted, I knew we'd face it all together. Not as the broken family from that wedding day, but as something stronger, a family forged by truth, tested by fire, and finally whole. The moment my mother's number flashed across my phone screen, I knew my carefully constructed world was about to crack. 20 years of silence, and she chooses to call on the day of the Industry Excellence Awards. Perfect timing, as always. I'm Sylvia, and I've spent the last 2 decades building something from nothing. My office, perched on the 32nd floor of downtown Manhattan, is a daily reminder of how far I've come from that terrified 18-year-old girl, pregnant with twins and abandoned by the one person who should have stood by her side. Ms. Lawson, your speech is ready for review, Claire said, poking her head through my office door. Her usual cheerful expression faltered when she saw my face. Everything okay? I declined the call and placed my phone face down. Just ghosts, Claire. Nothing I can't handle. The event starts in 3 hours. Jonathan's already there, supervising the setup. Claire hesitated. And your twins called. They're surprising you by coming to the ceremony. A smile broke through my tension. Ethan and Cora, my unexpected blessings, now freshmen in college. They weren't supposed to make it tonight. Some excuse about midterms. Those sneaky little... My phone buzzed again. Same number. Take it, Claire urged. I'll hold your calls for the next 15 minutes. After she left, I stared at the phone until it stopped buzzing. 3 missed calls. Then a text. We need to talk. I'm in the lobby. My hand started shaking. The lobby. She was here. I grabbed my blazer and headed for the elevator, my heels clicking against the marble floors with military precision. The security guard nodded as I passed, but I barely noticed. My mind was racing through the possibilities. Why now? What could she possibly want? The lobby was crowded with the usual afternoon rush, but I spotted her immediately. Roslyn, I refused to call her mom, looked exactly like I remembered, just with more expensive clothes and greyer hair. She was studying the building directory with that familiar, entitled expression. "What are you doing here?" My voice came out steadier than I felt. She turned, a practiced smile spreading across her face. "Sylvia, darling, look at you, so successful." She moved to embrace me, but I stepped back. 20 years, Roslyn. 20 years of nothing, and now you show up unannounced? Can't a mother be proud of her daughter? She glanced around the lobby. Perhaps we could discuss this somewhere more private. Your office, maybe. There's nothing to discuss. I have an important event tonight. Yes, the Industry Excellence Awards. I read about it. Her smile turned calculating. That's quite an achievement. Your company's grown impressively. A chill ran down my spine. She'd been keeping tabs on me. What do you want? Can't this wait until we're somewhere private? No. Say what you came to say. She sighed dramatically. Fine. I've had some financial setbacks recently, and I thought, given your success, you might want to help family. I actually laughed. Family? You lost the right to call yourself that when you walked out on your pregnant teenage daughter. I raised you for 18 years, she countered, her voice hardening. I think that earns me some consideration. Besides, I have documentation of my investments in your early years. It would be a shame if questions arose about the origins of your startup capital. My blood ran cold. She was threatening me. Today of all days. Security, I called out, maintaining eye contact with her. Please escort this woman out. You can't avoid this conversation forever, Sylvia, she said as 2 guards approached. I'm staying at the Marriott. You have until tomorrow to reconsider. I watched them lead her away. My perfectly planned day now in shambles. My phone buzzed, a text from Cora. Just landed, can't wait to surprise you tonight. The irony wasn't lost on me. One daughter eager to celebrate my success, while my own mother arrived to extort me for it. Back in my office, Claire was waiting with concern etched on her face. That bad? Worse, I replied, sinking into my chair. She wants money, and she's not above blackmail to get it. Should we call Jonathan? Postpone the ceremony? I thought about my twins, flying in to surprise me. About the years I'd spent building this company, the sleepless nights, the sacrifices. About the little girl who once desperately wanted her mother's approval. No, I said, straightening my spine. She doesn't get to ruin this too. But Claire, first thing tomorrow, call our lawyers. If Roslyn wants a fight, she's going to learn exactly how strong her daughter has become. The Industry Excellence Award ceremony should have been my moment of triumph. Instead, I kept scanning the crowd, half expecting Roslyn to materialize and create a scene. The twins noticed my distraction immediately. Mom, you're doing that thing with your necklace again, Cora whispered, reaching over to still my fidgeting hands. We were seated at the main table, waiting for the keynote speaker to finish. Sorry, sweetie, just nervous about the speech. The lie felt bitter on my tongue. I'd promised myself never to lie to my children. Ethan leaned in from my other side. Bull, something's wrong. You've given dozens of speeches. His dark eyes, so like mine, narrowed. What aren't you telling us? Before I could respond, Jonathan appeared behind us. Sylvia, we need to deal with the situation in the lobby. My stomach dropped. She's here, isn't she? Who's here? Ethan demanded. Your grandmother, Jonathan replied, his usual diplomatic tone hardening. And she's making quite a scene. Cora grabbed my arm. Grandmother, as in... Stay here, I ordered, standing up. Both of you. Of course, they didn't listen. They never did when it really mattered. They followed me and Jonathan to the hotel lobby, where Roslyn was arguing with the event security. I have every right to see my daughter receive her award, she was saying, voice pitched to Carrie. Several guests were already watching the drama unfold. Mum, let us handle this, Cora whispered, but I shook my head. Roslyn, I called out, keeping my voice steady. This is inappropriate. She turned, that familiar manipulative smile spreading across her face. Darling, I couldn't miss your big night. Her eyes landed on the twins. And these must be my grandchildren. How grown up you both look. Ethan stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of me. We're not your anything. You lost that right 20 years ago. Such hostility. Roslyn pressed a hand to her chest, playing to her growing audience. I've made mistakes, yes, but I'm here to make amends, to be part of this family again. Family? Cora's laugh was cold. You abandoned our mother when she was pregnant, with twins, at 18. There were circumstances you don't understand. Oh, we understand perfectly, Ethan cut in. Mum told us everything. How you kicked her out because her pregnancy would embarrass you in front of your new husband's fancy friends. How you changed your number, moved away, pretended she didn't exist. Roslyn's facade cracked slightly. That's not entirely. And now, Cora continued, now that she's successful, you show up wanting what? Money, recognition, a relationship. I raised her. No, I interrupted, finding my voice. You didn't raise me. You controlled me, manipulated me, and when I needed you most, you abandoned me. The only thing you taught me was how not to be a mother. The lobby had gone silent. Roslyn glanced around, realizing her audience wasn't sympathetic. I have rights, she hissed, dropping the act. I invested in your future, paid for your education, until I got pregnant, I reminded her. Then you wrote me off as a lost cause. Everything I've achieved, I did despite you, not because of you. We'll see about that. She reached into her purse, pulling out an envelope. I have proof of my financial contributions. Perhaps your investors would be interested. Ethan snatched the envelope from her hands. You mean these? He started tearing it into pieces. Guess you'll need better leverage. Security, Jonathan called out. Please remove this woman. And this time, ensure she doesn't return. As the guards approached, Roslyn's mask completely slipped. You ungrateful little bitch. You think you're better than me. I made you who you are. No, Cora said firmly, taking my hand. She made herself who she is. And she made us who we are. You're nothing to us. I watched as they escorted Roslyn out, her threats echoing through the lobby. The twins stayed close, their presence anchoring me. Well, Jonathan said, breaking the tension, I believe they're about to announce the Industry Excellence Award for Innovation in Technology. Shall we? I looked at my children, my real family, and felt a surge of pride. Actually, I need to rewrite my acceptance speech. I think I finally know exactly what I want to say. About time, Ethan grinned, draping an arm over my shoulders. Just please don't make us cry in public. No promises, I replied, heading back to the ceremony with my head held high. Roslyn might have returned to haunt me, but she just reminded me of exactly how far I'd come and who had really been by my side along the way. The morning after the award ceremony, I found myself sorting through an old storage box I hadn't opened in years. The twins sat cross-legged on my office floor, examining faded photographs and documents. Mum, is this you? Cora held up a creased Polaroid of a teenage girl in an oversized sweater, trying to hide a small baby bump. 18 and terrified, I confirmed, taking the photo. That was taken the day before she kicked me out. Ethan picked up a wrinkled envelope. What's this? Don't... I started, but he'd already pulled out the contents, a handful of bounced checks and a handwritten note. Don't contact me again. You made your choice. Ethan's voice shook with anger. She wrote this to you when you were pregnant with us. A knock at the door saved me from answering. Claire entered, looking apologetic. Sorry to interrupt, but Roslyn is in the building again. She somehow got past security using a visitor pass from another company. Of course she did, I muttered. Where is she now? Conference room B. Jonathan's stalling her. I stood up, straightening my blazer. Kids, stay here. Not happening, they said in unison. The walk to the conference room felt like marching into battle. Through the glass walls, I could see Rosalind sitting there, examining her manicure while Jonathan kept a careful distance. I'll handle this, I said, pushing open the door. Rosalind's eyes flickered to the twins. Family meeting? How appropriate. What do you want? I remained standing, the twins flanking me. To remind you of something you seem to have forgotten. She pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and slid it across the table. Remember this place? The photo showed a small medical clinic. My heart stopped. What about it? My voice sounded distant. That's where I took you for your first prenatal appointment, where I paid the deposit for your medical care. Her smile turned predatory. Before you decided to ruin everything by keeping them. You wanted me to... I couldn't finish the sentence. I gave you options, Rosalind said. Very expensive options. Options that would have preserved your future. Instead, you chose... this. She gestured vaguely at the twins. Ethan stepped forward, but Cora grabbed his arm. Let her finish digging her grave, she whispered. I have receipts, Rosalind continued. Proof of every penny I invested in you. By my calculations, with interest, you owe me close to $500,000. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. That's what this is about, money. It's about what's fair. I sacrificed everything for you. No, I cut her off. You sacrificed me for everything else. Your reputation, your new marriage, your social standing. I pulled out my phone, and while we're discussing receipts, I played the recording from last night's confrontation in the hotel lobby. Her threats, her admission of attempted blackmail. Extortion is still illegal, last time I checked, Jonathan added mildly. Rosalind's face paled. You recorded me. I record all potential security threats to my company, I replied. Standard procedure. You wouldn't dare use that against your own mother. Watch me, I leaned forward. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to leave. You're going to stay gone. If you ever try to contact me or my children again, this recording goes to every media outlet in the city. You can't. I can. I will. And just so we're clear, I pulled out my checkbook, wrote quickly, and tossed it at her. Here's $500,000. Consider every imagined debt paid. We're done. She stared at the check, then at me. This doesn't change anything. I'm still your mother. No, Cora said quietly. You're just the woman who gave birth to her. There's a difference. Security's waiting outside, Jonathan added, opening the door. Rosalind stood, clutching the check. You'll regret this, Sylvia. The truth about your success, about where you really came from, is right here, I interrupted, putting my arms around my twins. Everything I am, everything I've built, came from choosing them, from proving you wrong. So thank you, Rosalind. Thank you for showing me exactly the kind of mother I never wanted to be. After she was gone, Ethan turned to me. Did you really just give her $500,000? I smiled. Look at the check. Cora ran to the door and came back with the discarded check. She read it and burst out laughing. What? Ethan grabbed it. Pay to the order of your conscience, amount, 0 tour and euros. Mom, you're savage. I learned from the best, I said, hugging them both. Now, who's hungry? I think we all deserve some comfort food after that performance. Pizza? They asked hopefully. Pizza, I agreed, feeling lighter than I had in years. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't about money or power. Sometimes, it's simply about showing them exactly what they threw away. We have a problem, Jonathan announced, bursting into my office 3 days later. He dropped a stack of papers on my desk. Your mother's been busy. I flipped through the documents, my stomach tightening. She's meeting with Marcus Reynolds, our biggest competitor. Not just meeting. Look at the last page. The final document showed a series of email exchanges. My hands started shaking as I read them. She's claiming she provided the initial seed money for my company. I stood up so quickly my chair rolled into the wall. That's impossible. I have every bank record, every transaction. She's fabricated quite a convincing paper trail, Jonathan said grimly. Reynolds is considering using this information for a hostile takeover attempt. Claire appeared in the doorway. Sylvia, the twins are here, and you need to see this. Ethan and Cora rushed in, Ethan clutching his laptop. Mum, she's gone public. He turned the screen toward me, showing a business news website. The headline made my blood boil. Tech CEO's success story questions. Mother claims rights to company ownership. That's not even the worst part, Cora added, scrolling down. She's giving interviews about how she sacrificed everything to support your early career. She's trying to force my hand, I said, pacing. Make me pay her off to keep quiet. Actually, came a familiar voice from the door, I'm trying to take back what's mine. Rosalind stood there, looking perfectly polished in an expensive suit. Behind her, Marcus Reynolds smiled like a shark that had just spotted blood in the water. This is private property, Jonathan stepped forward. You're trespassing. Not for long, Reynolds replied smoothly. Once these ownership documents are verified. They're forgeries, I snapped. Are they? Rosalind pulled out a yellowed envelope. Remember this, darling. The college fund I set up for you. The one you emptied to start your precious company. My heart stopped. The college fund. The one thing I'd tried to forget. That money was mine, I said carefully. You signed it over to me on my 18th birthday. Under duress, she countered, when you threatened to expose certain family secrets to your stepfather. The twins looked at me questioningly. I'd never told them this part of the story. You want to talk about secrets, Roslyn? I moved closer. Like why you really set up that fund, where that money really came from. Her smile faltered slightly. Mom? Cora touched my arm. What's going on? Your grandmother didn't set up that college fund out of maternal love, I said, never breaking eye contact with Roslyn. She set it up to hide money from her first divorce, money she embezzled from her ex-husband's company. Reynolds' shark smile disappeared. Is this true? Of course not, Roslyn laughed, but it sounded hollow. She's desperate. I have proof, I cut in. Every transaction, every transfer. I found the papers when I was cleaning out her house after she kicked me out. That's why she signed the money over to me so easily, because she knew I could prove where it came from. You're bluffing, she whispered. I walked to my desk, pulled out a thick file from the bottom drawer. I kept everything. Been waiting 20 years for you to try something like this. Reynolds backed away from Roslyn. I think we're done here. Marcus, wait. She reached for him, but he was already heading for the door. You didn't think I'd be prepared? I asked quietly. You taught me well, remember? Always keep leverage. Always have a backup plan. This isn't over, she hissed. Actually, Jonathan interjected, it is. Our lawyers are filing a defamation suit as we speak. Those false claims you made to the press, they're going to cost you. You can't prove they're false. Yes, we can, Ethan spoke up. We found your old accountant. He's very chatty these days, especially since his retirement. Rosalind's composed facade cracked completely. You ungrateful little... Security's on their way up, Claire announced from the door. Should I have them escort Mrs. Lawson out, or would she prefer to leave with her dignity intact? For a moment, Rosalind just stood there, looking older and smaller than I'd ever seen her. Then she straightened her spine, adjusted her designer bag, and turned to leave. You'll regret this, she said over her shoulder. No, I replied. I won't. But I think you might. After she left, the twins hugged me tight. That was badass, Mom, Cora whispered. Yeah, Ethan agreed. But why didn't you use this leverage before? I looked at the file in my hands, 20 years of insurance against this exact moment. Because sometimes the best revenge is waiting for your enemy to destroy themselves. Jonathan cleared his throat. Speaking of destruction, shall we discuss our counterattack? I smiled, feeling more energized than I had in days. Oh yes, let's show her exactly what happens when you try to take on this family. Got it! Cora burst into my home office, laptop in hand, Ethan right behind her. You won't believe what we found. I looked up from the legal documents I'd been reviewing. It was Saturday morning, but we'd all been working around the clock since Rosalind's latest attack. Remember how you said Rosalind remarried right after kicking you out? Ethan pulled up a chair. Well, we did some digging into her new family. And? I set aside the papers, intrigued by their excitement. She's done this before. Cora turned her laptop toward me. 3 times. The screen showed a series of news articles spanning the last 20 years. Each one featured Rosalind, under slightly different names, involved in various financial disputes. Look at the pattern, Ethan pointed. She marries wealthy men, usually with grown children. Then she somehow gains control of family assets, and suddenly there's a massive family fallout. Her current husband, Cora added, is Richard Sterling. My eyes widened. The real estate developer? The very one, Ethan grinned. And guess who's been quietly selling off his assets without his knowledge? A knock at the door interrupted us. Jonathan entered, looking unusually animated. You need to see this, he said, turning on the TV in my office. The news channel showed Richard Sterling himself, standing outside his office building, surrounded by reporters. Allegations of unauthorized property sales and misappropriated funds, he was saying. I've filed for divorce and am cooperating fully with the investigation. Holy shit, I whispered. That's not all, Jonathan said. Richard's children reached out to our lawyers. They want to talk. Within hours, my living room had turned into an impromptu war room. Richard's 3 adult children sat across from us, sharing stories that felt eerily familiar. She isolated our father, Sarah the oldest explained, convinced him we were after his money. Sound familiar? Then she started managing his finances, Michael, the middle child, added. Said she was protecting the family legacy. But you caught her, I said. Thanks to you, Lisa, the youngest, smiled. When we saw the news about her claims against your company, we started investigating, found the pattern you exposed. We're building a class action lawsuit, Sarah said. Other families have come forward. Would you be willing to testify? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Rosalind. We need to talk. One last chance to make this right. She's desperate, Ethan observed, reading over my shoulder. Good, Cora said firmly. Let's finish this. I typed back, Marriott, 1 hour, come alone. The hotel lobby was quiet when I arrived. I'd insisted on going alone, though I knew Jonathan had people watching the building. Rosalind sat in a corner, looking less polished than usual. I assume you've seen the news, I said, sitting across from her. You turned Richard against me. Her voice was bitter. Ruined everything I built. Like you tried to ruin me. I leaned forward. I have to know, was any of it ever real? Did you ever actually care about anyone besides yourself? Of course I cared, she snapped. I gave you everything. You gave me nothing but lessons in manipulation, I cut her off. And now those lessons are coming back to haunt you. What do you want? She asked tiredly. I want you to disappear, sign a confession admitting your claims about my company were false, return everything you stole from Richard, and never contact me or my children again. Or what? I pulled out my phone, showed her the evidence we'd gathered. Or I make sure every law enforcement agency in the country knows about your pattern of fraud. Every news outlet gets your story. Every family you've destroyed gets their justice. She stared at the phone, then at me. You really hate me that much? That's the thing, Rosalind. I don't hate you at all. I pity you. You could have had a real family, real relationships. Instead, you chose schemes and manipulation. And now you're alone. I can change, she whispered. No, I stood up. You can't. But you can face the consequences of your choices. The papers will be delivered tomorrow. Sign them or face the consequences. As I walked away, she called out, I did love you, you know. In my way. I turned back one last time. Your way wasn't love, Rosalind. It was control. And now you've lost both. Outside, the twins were waiting in the car, despite my instructions to stay home. Well? They asked in unison. Now we wait, I said, sliding into the back seat. but something tells me she'll sign. And then, Cora asked, I looked at my children, my real family, and smiled. Then we go back to living our best lives, because that's the greatest revenge of all. She's not going to sign, Claire announced, bursting into the conference room where we were reviewing quarterly reports. And it's worse than we thought. Jonathan pulled up a news website on the projector. My stomach dropped as I read the headline. Tech CEO's dark past, mother reveals family secrets. She's gone nuclear, Ethan said, reading over my shoulder. Look at these allegations. The article detailed supposed evidence of tax fraud, claiming I'd used illegal means to start my company. Worse, it included personal attacks about my pregnancy, suggesting I'd manipulated and blackmailed my way through those early years. She's trying to destroy everything, I whispered. Mom? Cora touched my arm. There's something else you should see. She pulled up a social media post. Roslyn had shared old photos of me as a teenager, including some from when I was pregnant. The caption read, "A mother's sacrifice, the truth about my daughter's rise to power." The comments were brutal. People were already calling for investigations into my company. Your stock is dropping, Jonathan said quietly. Investors are getting nervous. My phone rang. Richard Sterling's daughter, Sarah. I put it on speaker. Turn on channel 7, she said without preamble. Now. Claire grabbed the remote. There was Roslyn, sitting in a studio, tears streaming down her face. As a mother, I only wanted to protect her, she was saying, but the things she did, the ways she manipulated people, I can't stay silent anymore. That manipulative Ethan started, but I held up my hand. Wait, look behind her. In the background of the shot, barely visible, was Marcus Reynolds. He was watching the interview with a satisfied smile. They're working together, Jonathan realized. Reynolds is backing her play. Of course, I said, everything clicking into place. He wants my company. She wants revenge. Perfect partnership. What do we do? Cora asked. I stood up, straightening my jacket. We fight back. Claire, call the station. Book me for tomorrow morning's show. Jonathan, get me everything you can on Reynolds' recent business dealings. Kids, I need you to... Already on it, Ethan interrupted, typing furiously on his laptop. Found something interesting about Reynolds' recent acquisitions. They all follow a pattern similar to Roslyn's schemes. And look at this, Cora added, pulling up another document. The timing of their meetings coincides with several suspicious property transfers. My phone buzzed again, a text from Roslyn. Ready to negotiate yet? Mom? Cora looked worried. What's our play here? I smiled, feeling strangely calm. We give them exactly what they want, a public showdown. The next morning, I walked into the same studio where Roslyn had given her tearful performance. She was already there, along with Reynolds, both looking smugly confident. Darling, Roslyn said sweetly as the makeup artist prepared us for air. Last chance to make this right. Funny, I replied. I was about to say the same thing. The red light came on. The host introduced us, recapping the controversy. Roslyn launched into her well-rehearsed story about my supposed misdeeds. And what do you say to these allegations? The host asked me. I pulled out my phone. I say, let's listen to something interesting. I played an audio recording. Reynolds' voice. Once we take her company, you'll get your cut. Just stick to the story. Roslyn. What about the illegal property transfers? If those come out... Reynolds. They won't. Trust me. This plan is foolproof. The studio went silent. Reynolds' face turned purple. Roslyn's makeup couldn't hide her sudden pallor. That recording, the host stammered. Is that real? As real as the documentation I've just sent to the SEC about Mr. Reynolds' recent business practices, I said calmly. And as real as the evidence of my mother's involvement in multiple fraud schemes across 3 states. You recorded us, Reynolds sputtered. No, I smiled. You recorded yourselves. My tech company specializes in cybersecurity, remember? Your phones have been compromising your conversations for weeks. Roslyn stood up, shaking. You can't. Security is waiting outside, I cut her off, along with some very interested FBI agents. Would you prefer to walk out, or should they come in? The host was frantically signaling to the producer, but I wasn't finished. Oh, and Mom, those photos you posted? Thank you. They showed everyone exactly what I overcame to build my success. Every comment attacking me just proved how strong I had to be. As security led them away, the host turned to me. Would you like to make a statement? I looked directly into the camera. Success isn't about who gives you opportunities. It's about what you do with the challenges life throws at you. And family, real family stands by you. They don't try to tear you down for profit. The red light went off. Claire rushed in with updates about the stock price already rebounding. But all I could think about were my twins, watching from home, seeing their mother finally close this chapter of her life. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters when I arrived for the hearing. 3 weeks had passed since the TV studio showdown, and now it was time to face the music, all of us. Ms. Lawson, they called out. Any comment on your mother's plea deal? I kept walking, Jonathan and the twins flanking me. Inside, the courtroom was already packed. Richard Sterling and his children sat in the front row, nodding as we passed. Roslyn and Reynolds were already there, both looking considerably less polished in their prison jumpsuits. All rise, the bailiff called out. The judge entered, and the proceedings began. I listened as the prosecutor laid out the charges: fraud, extortion, conspiracy, securities violations. The evidence we'd gathered had opened a Pandora's box of crimes spanning decades. The defendants have agreed to plead guilty to all charges, the prosecutor announced, in exchange for their cooperation in ongoing investigations. Roslyn turned around, her eyes finding mine. For the first time, I saw something real in them: fear. Before I accept these pleas, the judge said, I understand the primary victim would like to make a statement. I stood, smoothing my skirt. Cora squeezed my hand as I walked to the podium. Your Honor, I began. 20 years ago, I was 18 and pregnant with twins when my mother threw me out. She told me I was worthless, that I'd never amount to anything. Those words haunted me for years. Roslyn shifted uncomfortably in her seat. But today, I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm here to talk about justice, not just for me, but for every family these defendants have torn apart with their schemes. I turned to face them directly. Mr. Reynolds, you thought you could use my mother's bitterness to steal my company. Instead, you exposed your own criminal enterprise. And Mom, Roslyn, you thought you could destroy what I built, but you forgot something important. And what's that? Roslyn asked, her voice barely audible. You taught me to keep receipts, I smiled. Every manipulation, every scheme, I learned from watching you. The difference is, I used those lessons to protect myself and others, not to destroy them. The judge leaned forward. What are you asking for in terms of sentencing? The maximum allowed, I said firmly. Not for revenge, but for protection. These defendants have shown they won't stop unless forced to. They've hurt too many families, destroyed too many lives. Reynolds' attorney jumped up. Your Honor, my client... Save it, the judge cut him off. I've reviewed the evidence. The plea deals stand, with maximum sentences. He turned to Roslyn and Reynolds. You'll both have plenty of time to reflect on your choices. As the bailiffs led them away, Roslyn called out, Sylvia, please. Goodbye, Mum, I said quietly. I hope you find peace. Outside, the reporters were waiting again. This time, I stopped. Ms. Lawson, how do you feel about the sentencing? I felt Ethan and Cora step up beside me. Today isn't about feelings, I replied. It's about accountability, about showing that success built on destroying others will eventually crumble. And what about your mother? Will you ever forgive her? I paused, considering. Forgiveness isn't about excusing actions. It's about freeing yourself from the weight of anger. So yes, I forgive her. For my sake, not hers. Mum, Cora whispered, look, Richard Sterling and his children were approaching. Sarah stepped forward first. "Thank you," she said simply, "for helping us expose the truth." "We should be thanking you," I replied. "Your courage in coming forward made this possible." Richard cleared his throat. "We're organizing a support group for families affected by similar situations. Would you consider speaking at our first meeting?" I looked at my twins, saw them nodding encouragingly. I'd be honored. Later that evening, we sat in my living room, surrounded by empty pizza boxes and case files we no longer needed. "So," Jonathan said, raising his glass, "what's next for the unstoppable Lawson family?" "Sleep," Ethan groaned, making us laugh. "Actually," I said, pulling out my laptop, "I've been thinking. We've learned a lot about how vulnerable families can be to manipulation and fraud. Maybe it's time to use that knowledge." "What do you mean?" Cora asked. "I'm thinking of starting a foundation, something to help protect families, provide resources, legal support, turn all this pain into something positive." "The Phoenix Foundation," Cora suggested, "because you rose from the ashes of what she did to you." "We rose," I corrected, hugging them both, "and we're going to help others rise too." As my family discussed plans for the foundation, I realized something profound. Rosalind had tried to write my story as a tragedy. Instead, she'd helped create a legacy of strength, resilience, and hope. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about getting even, it's about getting better. The Phoenix Foundation's inaugural event filled the hotel ballroom with survivors and their families. As I watched Sarah Sterling wrap up her powerful speech about recovering from familial fraud, my phone buzzed with a familiar prison number. I declined the call, just as I had every week since the sentencing. "Still calling?" Cora asked, adjusting the foundation's banner behind the podium. "Every Wednesday at 6, I replied, "like clockwork." "Ladies and gentlemen," Jonathan announced from the stage, "please welcome our founder, Sylvia." The applause felt different this time, not the polite corporate acknowledgement I was used to, but something warmer, more personal. These people understood my journey because they'd lived their own versions of it. "When my mother first reappeared in my life," I began, "I thought she came to destroy everything I'd built. Instead, she showed me exactly what needed to be built next." The audience leaned forward, many nodding in recognition. We all have stories of betrayal, of family members who chose greed over love. But those stories don't define us. What defines us is what we choose to do with our pain. A movement at the back of the room caught my eye. Richard Sterling had arrived with his youngest daughter, Lisa. They were supporting an elderly woman I recognized from the case files, another of Reynolds's victims. "The Phoenix Foundation isn't just about preventing fraud," I continued. "It's about redefining family. Sometimes family is who we choose, who stands by us when biological bonds fail." Ethan appeared at the side of the stage, giving me a thumbs up. He'd just finished setting up our new online support network, connecting survivors across the country. "Today we're announcing our legal defense fund. No one should face these battles alone. No one should have to choose between justice and bankruptcy." The doors opened again. Marcus Reynolds' ex-wife entered with their children, all of them wearing Phoenix Foundation supporter pins. "But most importantly," I said, my voice growing stronger, "we're here to remind everyone that your worth isn't determined by those who failed you. It's determined by how you rise, how you rebuild, and how you help others do the same." After the speech, during the reception, Claire rushed over with her tablet. "You need to see this." It was a news article. "Rosalind Lawson attempts prison program reform, cites personal transformation. She's teaching other inmates about recognizing manipulation patterns," Claire explained. "The prison psychologist says she's making real progress." "Good for her," I said, meaning it, "but that chapter of my life is closed." "Mom," Cora called out, "the Sterling siblings want to discuss expanding the foundation's reach." The next hour flew by in a whirlwind of conversations, plans, and connections. People shared their stories, their triumphs, their ongoing struggles. Each one reinforced why we'd created the foundation. As the event wound down, Jonathan joined me at a quiet corner table. "Quite a turnout," he said, sliding me a coffee. "But you haven't checked your phone in hours." I pulled it out, 7 missed calls from the prison. "She's persistent," he observed. "She always was." I stared at the notification. Maybe that's what made her so dangerous. And now, I deleted the notifications. Now she's just someone who taught me what not to be. "Mom?" The twins approached, followed by a group of young adults, all children of fraud victims. "We want to start a youth outreach program, help kids spot the warning signs early." Looking at them, my children, who'd grown into such compassionate, strong individuals, I felt a surge of pride. "You know what the best revenge is?" I asked Jonathan. He gestured at the room full of healing families, at my twins leading their peer support initiative, at the wall displaying our foundation's mission statement, "Transform pain into power." "I think you figured it out," he smiled. The last guests were leaving when Claire brought me one final message, a letter from the prison. Unlike the others, I opened this one. "Sylvia, I watched your foundation announcement on TV. For the first time, I saw you, really saw you. Not as an extension of my ambitions or a target for my resentment, but as the remarkable woman you've become despite me, not because of me. I don't expect forgiveness, I don't deserve it, but I want you to know that you've succeeded in the one area I always failed. You've created something that helps people instead of hurting them. Don't respond. Don't visit. Just know that at least one good thing came from my failures. They helped you become everything I never could be. Ah." I folded the letter and slipped it into my purse. Then I joined my real family, my children, my friends, my foundation members, as they planned the next chapter of our shared story. Not a story of revenge or resentment, but one of resurrection, of rising from the ashes stronger, wiser, and ready to light the way for others. That's the thing about phoenixes, they don't just rise, they soar.
I stared at my reflection in the gallery window, watching my sister Vada bask in the spotlight yet again. She was radiant in her designer dress, champagne glass raised high, as our mother Regina fawned over her latest achievement, winning the local art fair's People's Choice Award, the same award I'd been too afraid to enter, knowing what would happen if I outshined the family's golden child. My name is Kendra, and I've spent 28 years being the shadow to my sister's son, the invisible daughter, the one whose art supplies mysteriously disappeared before competitions, whose canvases were accidentally ruined before exhibitions. "You should come inside," Griffin said, appearing beside me with 2 coffee cups. He handed me one, steam rising between us in the chilly evening air. "Show them what you can really do." I shook my head, taking a sip of the perfectly bitter liquid. "You know how that would end, Griff. Remember my high school graduation? When your mom convinced everyone Vada had painted your portfolio pieces?" He scoffed. "How could I forget? That was the day I realized your family was toxic as hell." Inside the gallery, Regina's laugh carried through the glass, sharp and theatrical. She was touching the arm of Marshall, the gallery owner, no doubt spinning tales about Vada's natural talent and artistic vision. "Sometimes I wonder if Dad knew this would happen when he left," I said, turning away from the window. "If he saw what Mom was becoming and just couldn't handle it anymore." "Have you tried reaching out to him?" "What's the point? He hasn't answered my calls in years." I pulled my sketchbook from my bag, flipping to my latest piece, a dark, twisted landscape of thorny vines and broken mirrors. "Besides, I have my art. It's the only thing they can't take from me." Griffin leaned closer, studying the drawing. "This is incredible, Ken. The emotion in it. People need to see this." "Maybe someday," I mumbled, but we both knew I didn't believe it. A sharp tap on the window made us jump. Regina stood there, perfectly manicured nails against the glass, beckoning us inside. Her smile was warm, but her eyes were arctic. "There you are, darling," she cooed as we entered. Vada was just about to demonstrate her technique for Marshall. "Weren't you, sweetheart?" Veda's smile flickered for a fraction of a second. Of course, Mother. Kendra, would you mind getting my supplies from the car? Actually, Griffin interrupted. Kendra was just showing me her new piece. Marshall, you should really take a look. Oh, honey, Regina cut in, patting my cheek condescendingly. This is Vada's moment. We wouldn't want to distract from that, would we? I felt the familiar burn of shame creeping up my neck. But before I could retreat, Marshall spoke up. I'd love to see it, he said, genuine interest in his eyes. Always room for new talent in this gallery. Regina's hand clamped down on my shoulder. Perhaps another time. Kendra's still developing her style. Isn't that right, dear? She's not quite ready for public viewing. I watched Vada set up her easel, pulling out brushes I recognized as mine, the ones that had disappeared last month. She began to paint, and my stomach twisted as I recognized the technique I'd spent years perfecting. Remarkable, Marshall murmured. The brushwork is so unique. Where did you study? Oh, Vada's entirely self-taught, Regina gushed. It just comes naturally to her. I felt Griffin's hand squeeze mine as I fought back tears, but something else was building beneath the hurt, a spark of anger, of defiance. I need some air, I managed, pulling away from Regina's grip. Outside, I pulled out my phone and opened the local art competition website. The submission deadline was tonight at midnight. Do it, Griffin said, reading over my shoulder. Enter the piece we saw at your studio yesterday, the one with the broken mirrors. My finger hovered over the submit button. Mom will be furious. Good. Griffin's voice was steel. Let her be. I pressed submit before I could change my mind. The confirmation email arrived instantly. Thank you for your submission to the Spring Showcase competition. What's the worst that could happen? I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. Griffin smiled. You could win. Looking back through the gallery window, I watched Vada sign her name to a painting that mimicked my style perfectly. She caught my eye and winked, raising her champagne glass in a mock toast. Little did she know, everything was about to change. The invisible daughter was finally stepping into the light. 2 weeks later, I stood in front of my easel at Griffin's studio, trying to process the email I'd just received. My hands were shaking so badly, I nearly dropped my phone. I won, I whispered. Griffin, I actually won the Spring Showcase. He rushed over from his workspace, paint-stained hands grabbing the phone. First place? Holy shit, Ken, this is huge. The prize includes a featured spot in next month's gallery walk. My voice cracked. My work will be displayed at Marshall's gallery. Griffin pulled me into a tight hug, not caring that we were both covered in paint. Finally, everyone's going to see what you can really do. My phone buzzed. A text from Vada. Mom wants you at the house. Important family meeting. That's suspicious timing, Griffin said, reading over my shoulder. They couldn't possibly know already, right? The results weren't public yet, but anxiety churned in my stomach as I gathered my things. Want me to come with you? I shook my head. I need to handle this myself, but stay close to your phone. The drive to my mother's house felt like heading to an execution. Regina's Mercedes was in the driveway, along with Veda's Range Rover. I took a deep breath and went inside. They were waiting in the living room. Regina sat perfectly poised on her favorite armchair, while Vada lounged on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Darling, there you are, Regina said, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. We have wonderful news. Oh? I remained standing, arms crossed. Marshall called earlier, Vada announced, looking up from her phone. He wants to represent me. Can you believe it? Regina beamed. He was so impressed with her work at the gallery, he's offering her a solo exhibition. That's interesting timing, I said carefully, considering I just won the Spring Showcase. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Regina's smile froze. What did you say, dear? I entered my work in the showcase, I repeated, louder this time. And I won first place. They're featuring my pieces at Marshall's gallery next month. Vada sat up straight, exchanging a look with Regina. Our mother stood slowly, smoothing her designer skirt. "Sweetheart, we need to discuss something." Her voice was honey-sweet poison. "You see, Vada has already accepted Marshall's offer. The exhibition is scheduled for next month. So, the gallery's big enough for both of us." "Actually," Vada cut in, "I may have already shown him some of your pieces, as mine." The world tilted sideways. "You what?" "It's for the best, darling," Regina said soothingly. "Vada has the connections, the presence. She knows how to work the art world. Your pieces will reach a much wider audience through her." "Those are my paintings," my voice rose. "My technique, my vision, my work." "Don't be selfish, Kendra," Regina snapped. "This benefits everyone. The gallery exposure will help pay off my debts, and Vada's career will flourish. You can always make more paintings." I pulled out my phone, hands trembling. "I'm calling Marshall right now." Regina moved faster than I'd ever seen her, snatching my phone. "You will do no such thing. This family has a chance at something extraordinary. I won't let you ruin it with your petty jealousy." "Petty jealousy," I laughed, the sound harsh and foreign. "You're literally stealing my art." "Nobody's stealing anything," Vada said, examining her manicure. "We're just redistributing the credit. Besides, who would believe you? I've already built a reputation. You're nobody." I backed toward the door, bile rising in my throat. "You're both insane." "Sleep on it, darling," Regina called after me. "You'll see we're right. Family comes first, always." I ran to my car, tears blurring my vision. As I pulled away, my phone buzzed with a text from Griffin. "Everything okay?" Before I could respond, another message came through. From Marshall's gallery. Attached was a promotional poster for next month's exhibition, featuring one of my paintings. Above it, in elegant script, introducing rising star artist Vada Stevens. I pulled over, my hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. They thought I was nobody? That I would just roll over and let them take everything I'd worked for. I opened my phone and typed a quick message to Griffin. "Meet me at your studio. I have an idea." They wanted to play games. Fine. But they'd forgotten one crucial thing. I had nothing left to lose. And someone with nothing to lose is the most dangerous player of all. "We need to create a new artist," I announced, pacing Griffin's studio. "Someone mysterious, someone compelling, someone who isn't me." Griffin looked up from his laptop. "You mean a pseudonym?" "More than that." I grabbed a blank canvas, my hands itching to create. "I need to build an entirely new artistic identity, something so different from my usual style that no one would connect it to me." "While Vada parades around with your old work?" Griffin frowned. "That doesn't solve the theft problem, Ken." "No, but it gives me time." I started sketching rapidly. Time to build evidence, to gather proof. And when the moment's right, a knock at the studio door made us both jump. Through the glass, I saw a familiar face I hadn't seen in years. "Dad," I whispered. Griffin opened the door, and there stood Nathaniel, looking older but still wearing his characteristic leather jacket. "Hello, Pequeña," he said softly, using his old nickname for me. "Your mother called." My heart sank. "Let me guess. She told you I'm being difficult about Vada's success." He stepped inside, examining the studio. "Actually, she asked me to talk some sense into you about supporting the family." That's when I knew something was wrong. Regina never asks me for anything. "They're stealing my work," I blurted out. "Vada's claiming my paintings as hers, and Mom's helping her." Nathaniel's expression darkened. "Show me." I pulled up the gallery's promotional poster on my phone. His hands clenched as he recognized my signature technique. "I should have seen this coming," he muttered. "Your mother's obsession with Vada's success. It was always going to lead somewhere ugly. Why did you leave?" The question burst out before I could stop it. He sank onto a paint-splattered stool. "Because I was a coward. I saw what Regina was doing to you both. Putting all that pressure on Vada, making you invisible. I couldn't fight her without making things worse, so I ran." He met my eyes. "I'm sorry, Kendra." "Well, you're here now," Griffin interjected. "And we could use the help." I showed them my plan. sketches for a new series, completely different from my usual style. Dark, urban, with elements of street art and social commentary. The artist will be anonymous, I explained. We'll create buzz online, build a following. Meanwhile, I'll document everything Veda and Mom are doing with my original work. It could work, Nathaniel said slowly, but you'll need more than just social media chatter. You need someone with influence to notice. I might know someone, Griffin said, pulling out his phone. Remember Violet, the journalist who covered the gallery's opening last month? She's been trying to do a piece on the local art scene. Perfect, I said, already mixing paints. Can you set up a meeting? While Griffin made the call, I started on the first piece of my new collection. Angry strokes of red and black, geometric patterns breaking apart, a hidden message in the chaos. Violet can meet tomorrow, Griffin announced. But Ken, are you sure about this? Once you start, there's no going back. My phone buzzed with a text from Regina. Darling, be reasonable. Come to dinner tonight and we'll discuss your role in Veda's success. I'm sure, I said, adding a final slash of crimson to the canvas. They want to make me invisible. I'll become a ghost that haunts them. Nathaniel stepped closer to the painting. What will you call yourself? I studied my creation. Raw, rebellious, everything I'd been afraid to be. Phoenix, I decided, rising from the ashes of what they tried to destroy. Your mother won't give up easily, Nathaniel warned. She's got too much invested in Veda's image. Good thing I'm not giving up either. I started on a second canvas. They taught me well, you know. All those years of watching from the shadows, seeing how they manipulate people, I learned every trick. Griffin's phone chimed. Violet's in. Says she's been looking for a story with teeth. Oh, she'll get one, I promised, my brush moving with renewed purpose. But first, we need to give Phoenix a proper introduction to the art world. I worked through the night, creating pieces that screamed everything I'd been forced to whisper. Each canvas was a weapon, each color a statement of defiance. As dawn broke, Nathaniel brought coffee and watched me sign the final piece with my new symbol, a stylized phoenix rising from broken chains. Your mother always said you were too sensitive for the art world, he mused. I don't think she realized she was creating her own worst nightmare. I stepped back, surveying my night's work. No, she was right about one thing. Family does come first, and it's time they remember I'm part of this family too. The sun rose over my new collection, and with it, Phoenix prepared to take flight. So let me get this straight, Violet said, sipping her latte at the corner cafe. You want me to cover an anonymous artist's debut, while simultaneously investigating your sister's sudden rise in the art world? That's right. I slid a USB drive across the table. Everything you need is here. Photos of my original works, dated sketches, early exhibition entries, plus documentation of how they suddenly became Vada's pieces. Violet pocketed the drive, her journalist's instincts clearly piqued. And this mysterious new artist, Phoenix, that's also you? I can neither confirm nor deny that, I said, just as we'd rehearsed. But I can arrange for you to get an exclusive first look at Phoenix's work. Why me? Because you're known for exposing truth, not just writing fluff pieces about local artists. She leaned forward, eyes sharp. You know this could destroy your family's reputation. They destroyed themselves. I'm just turning on the lights. My phone buzzed. A text from Griffin. Marshall just announced Vada's exhibition date, 3 weeks from now. Perfect timing, Violet said, reading the message over my shoulder. Give me a week to build the Phoenix story online. Then we'll release the first piece about questioning the authenticity of your sister's work. As if summoned by our conversation, Vada's voice cut through the cafe. Kendra, what are you doing here? She stood by our table, designer sunglasses pushed up on her head, looking every bit the successful artist she pretended to be. Just having coffee, I said smoothly. Violet, you remember my sister? Of course, Violet's smile was professional. I was just telling Kendra how excited I am to cover your upcoming exhibition. Veda preened. Yes, it's quite an achievement, though some people, She glanced pointedly at me, seemed to have trouble being supportive. Actually, Violet said, I'd love to do an in-depth piece on your artistic process. Maybe watch you create something new? I bit back a smile as Vada's confidence flickered. Oh, I never work with observers. It disrupts my creative flow. Shame, Violet murmured. That would have made a fantastic article. Vada's phone chimed. That's Mother. We're meeting with Marshall to discuss the exhibition layout. She touched my shoulder with false sympathy. You should come by the gallery sometime, dear. See how real artists present their work. After she left, Violet whistled low. Okay, I'm convinced. Let's take them down. Back at Griffin's studio, Nathaniel was helping set up for Phoenix's first photo shoot. The pieces were arranged dramatically, spotlights creating sharp shadows that emphasized their urban edge. The photos go live tonight, Griffin said, adjusting his camera. Anonymous submissions to all the major art blogs. By morning, everyone will be asking who Phoenix is. Meanwhile, Nathaniel added, I've been doing some digging into your mother's finances. The gallery deal with Marshall. She needed it badly. She's underwater in debt. That explains the desperation, I said, touching up one of the paintings. She's not just stealing my work for Vada's ego. She needs the money. My phone lit up with a notification. Vada had posted photos from the gallery meeting. My stomach churned as I saw my paintings arranged on the walls, her name prominently displayed. Look at this, Griffin called from his laptop. First Phoenix photo just dropped on Art Forum. Comments are already rolling in. I leaned over his shoulder, reading, Who is this artist? Amazing technique. Finally, something fresh in the local scene. Phase 1 is working, Violet said from the doorway, making us jump. Sorry, door was open, but you need to see this. She handed me a printout, financial records showing large payments from Regina to Marshall's gallery. She's buying her way in, Nathaniel growled, using borrowed money to secure Veda's spot. This is better than we thought, Violet said. We're not just exposing art fraud, we're uncovering financial manipulation too. My phone buzzed again, a message from Marshall. Heard you've been asking questions about your sister's work. Let's meet, alone. He's nervous, Griffin observed. Good. What do you want to do? Nathaniel asked. I stared at the message, then at my Phoenix pieces surrounding us. Set up the meeting. But first, let's give the art world something to really talk about. Violet was already typing on her phone. I'll leak a rumor that Phoenix is planning something big. Something that will shake up the local art scene. They won't know what hit them, Griffin said, snapping another photo. I picked up a brush, adding final touches to my latest piece, a phoenix rising from a house of cards, each card bearing a familiar face. 3 weeks, I said. 3 weeks until Vada's exhibition. 3 weeks to become everything they never thought I could be. The studio lights caught the wet paint, making it gleam like fresh blood. Marshall's office felt colder than I remembered. He sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, studying me with an intensity that hadn't been there when I was just Kendra, the invisible sister. Your mother called, he said finally. She's concerned about your emotional state. Is that what we're calling it now? I pulled out my phone, bringing up photos of my original works. Let's talk about these pieces, Marshall, the ones Vada's claiming as hers. He shifted uncomfortably. Art ownership can be complicated. Really, because I have dated photographs of every piece's creation, videos of my process, early sketches. I leaned forward. How much is my mother paying you to look the other way? His face paled slightly. That's a serious accusation. So is fraud. Before he could respond, the door burst open. Regina swept in, Vada trailing behind her. Marshall, darling, I hope we're not interrupting. Regina's voice dripped honey, but her eyes were steel. Actually, I said, standing. We were just discussing the exhibition's authenticity. Don't be ridiculous, Vada snapped. Everyone knows they're my pieces. Do they? I pulled up the Art Forum website. Because people seem more interested in Phoenix these days. Have you seen their work, Marshall? Critics are calling it revolutionary. Marshall clicked through the photos on his computer. Yes, quite impressive. The technique is unique. Unlike some people's, I added pointedly. Regina's hand clamped down on my shoulder. Darling, you're embarrassing yourself. Why don't we discuss this at home? No thanks. I have a meeting with Violet Henderson. You know, the journalist? She's very interested in local art and financial records. The color drained from Regina's face. What have you done? Nothing yet. But Phoenix's first public piece goes up tomorrow. Right across from your gallery, Marshall. Might want to check it out. I turned to leave, but Vada blocked my path. You can't prove anything. It's your word against ours. And who's going to believe the failed artist? We'll see. I smiled, remembering the surveillance cameras Griffin had installed in his studio months ago, catching every conversation, every confession. By the way, how's that creative flow coming along? Still can't work with observers. Outside, my phone exploded with notifications. Phoenix's latest piece had leaked online. A massive digital artwork showing a puppet master controlling marionettes made of dollar bills. Griffin called immediately. It's everywhere, Ken. Art blogs are going crazy, trying to figure out Phoenix's identity. And people are starting to ask questions about Vada's work too. Good. I started my car. How's the installation coming? Your dad's helping with the final touches. It'll be ready for tomorrow's reveal. I drove to the studio, where Nathaniel was putting the finishing touches on a massive canvas that would soon cover the wall opposite Marshall's gallery. Your mother called again, he said, not looking up from his work. She's offering to negotiate. Too late. I picked up a brush, adding details to the peripheral figures. Did you send Violet those bank statements? This morning. She's running them by her financial expert contact. My phone buzzed with a text from Violet. Story goes live tomorrow morning. Sure you want to do this? Another message popped up from Regina. Darling, please be reasonable. We can work something out. Family first, remember. I thought about all the times I'd been reasonable, all the times I'd stayed quiet, stepped aside, put family first. Where had it gotten me? They're scared, Nathaniel observed, watching me work. Regina's not used to losing control. She should be scared. I added the final touches to the mural. A series of masks, each cracking to reveal the truth beneath. Phoenix rises at dawn. Griffin burst in, laptop open. You need to see this. Vada just did a live interview about her creative process. She's completely tanking. We watched as Vada stumbled through basic questions about technique, materials, and inspiration. The comments were brutal. Something's off. Does she even paint? Compare this to Phoenix's work. Marshall's calling an emergency meeting, Griffin said, checking his phone. Apparently, some major collectors are having doubts about the exhibition. Nathaniel stepped back from the mural, admiring our work. Ready for tomorrow? I looked at the massive piece we'd created. A story told in paint and shadow. Truth breaking through lies. A phoenix rising from the ruins of false reputations. The walls prepped, Griffin confirmed. We install at 4 a.m., just before the morning rush. By the time the gallery opens, everyone will know. I finished. Not the whole truth, not yet, but enough to make them sweat. My phone lit up one last time. A message from Marshall. We should talk, privately. Name your price. I showed the message to Nathaniel and Griffin, watching their expressions harden. They still think this is about money, I said, turning back to our creation. They have no idea what's coming. The studio lights caught the phoenix's wings, making them gleam like justice about to break. Dawn broke over the city as we finished mounting the massive mural. Griffin's camera clicked continuously, documenting everything while Nathaniel kept watch. They're going to lose their minds, Griffin whispered, stepping back to take in the full effect. The piece dominated the wall opposite Marshall's gallery, a towering phoenix emerging from a pile of familiar paintings, each one clearly recognizable as my original work. Below, in stark lettering, Art Speaks Truth. By 7 a.m., a crowd had gathered. Phones were out, social media buzzing. I watched from across the street, wearing a hoodie and sunglasses, as Violet conducted impromptu interviews with onlookers. It's clearly a statement about authenticity in the art world, one critic was saying. Look at those paintings in the ashes. They're identical to the ones in tomorrow's exhibition. My phone vibrated, Regina calling for the 12th time. I declined it just as Marshall's Mercedes screeched to a halt in front of the gallery. Get it down, he shouted at his employees. Now, I wouldn't do that, Violet called out, holding up her phone. Live streaming to 50,000 followers. Sure you want to be seen censoring art? Marshall froze, finally taking in the full impact of the mural. His eyes widened as he recognized the paintings depicted in it. The same ones hanging in his gallery under Veda's name. Who did this? He demanded. Phoenix, several voices answered at once. The timing's interesting, Violet said, loudly, still recording. Right before your big exhibition featuring Vada's work that looks remarkably similar to these pieces. A sleek Range Rover pulled up. Vada, she stumbled out, designer sunglasses not quite hiding her panic. This is harassment, she shouted. Those are my paintings. I created them. Did you? Someone in the crowd called out. Prove it. Show us your process. I don't have to prove anything. Actually, Violet stepped forward. You might. My latest article just went live. Financial records showing suspicious payments from your mother to the gallery. Testimonies from art students who remember these exact pieces being created by someone else. Vada's phone started ringing. She answered it, turning away from the crowd. Mother, you need to get down here now. Regina arrived 10 minutes later, looking less polished than I'd ever seen her. She pulled Marshall and Vada into a huddle, gesturing frantically. Watch this, Griffin murmured, nodding toward the gallery entrance. Right on cue, an older man in an expensive suit approached the group. The city's most respected art critic, right on schedule. Mr. Marshall, he said loudly enough for everyone to hear. I've been reviewing the exhibition pieces for tomorrow's opening. In light of these developments, I have some questions about provenance. Regina stepped forward, charm offensive ready. Perhaps we could discuss this privately. No, he cut her off. I think transparency is crucial right now. Miss Vada, would you walk me through your creative process for the centerpiece, the one with the broken mirrors? Vada's face went white. My process is very personal. Because, he continued, pulling out his tablet, I have here a video from 3 years ago, showing that exact piece being created by someone else. The crowd pressed closer. Phones recorded everything. Violet's smile was predatory as she took notes. This is ridiculous, Regina snapped. We have contracts, agreements, obtained through fraudulent means, Violet interjected, as detailed in my article, which, by the way, just hit 50,000 shares. I stepped forward, finally pulling off my hoodie and sunglasses. Need help explaining my technique, Vada? Since they're my paintings after all. The silence was deafening. Regina's face contorted with rage and fear. Vada seemed to shrink, her carefully constructed facade crumbling. Kendra, Marshall started. Let's discuss this privately. No more private discussions, I said clearly. No more backroom deals. No more stealing what isn't yours. You ungrateful little. Regina lunged forward, but Nathaniel stepped between us. That's enough, Regina, he said quietly. It's over. The art critic looked between us all, understanding dawning. Well, this explains a lot. I believe I'll be rewriting my review of tomorrow's exhibition, assuming there still is one. Marshall's phone was buzzing constantly now. Collectors, presumably, demanding answers. You've ruined everything, Vada whispered. No, I corrected her, pointing to the phoenix rising above us. I've just started creating something real. Violet's voice cut through the chaos. Exclusive interview with the real artist behind the controversial Stevens exhibition, streaming live in 10 minutes. The crowd surged forward, cameras flashing, questions flying. Through it all, I kept my eyes on the phoenix, my truth, finally taking flight. Regina grabbed my arm as chaos erupted around us. This isn't over, she hissed. I smiled, feeling truly visible for the first time in years. You're right. Phoenix is just getting started. The gallery was packed for what should have been Vada's triumphant exhibition opening. Instead, the crowd buzzed with whispers and pointed fingers as my sister stood frozen before her, my paintings, mascara streaking down her face. Ladies and gentlemen, Marshall announced, his voice shaking slightly. In light of recent developments, tonight's exhibition will be postponed. Why postpone? I called out, stepping forward. The artist is right here. Regina appeared beside me, gripping my arm. Kendra, stop this madness right now. Or what, Mom? You'll make me invisible again. The art critic cleared his throat. Perhaps Ms. Vada would like to demonstrate her technique. Show us how she created these remarkable pieces. Vada backed away from the easel that had been set up for her live demonstration. I'm not feeling well. Then I will, I said, picking up a brush. Since I'm the one who actually painted everything here. The crowd gathered around as I began to work, my hands moving with practiced confidence. Every stroke was familiar, every technique my own. Within minutes, the emerging image matched the style of the surrounding paintings perfectly. Fascinating, the critic murmured, recording everything on his tablet. And those surveillance videos Ms. Henderson provided, showing you creating the original works, are fake, Regina interrupted, obviously doctored. Kendra is just jealous of her sister's success. Success built on lies, Nathaniel said, stepping forward. Show them the financial records, Regina. Show them how you bought this exhibition with borrowed money. Marshall cleared his throat nervously. Perhaps we should clear the gallery. No, I said firmly, still painting. Let's have everything out in the open. Like how you knew these were my paintings all along, Marshall. How you helped them steal my work because Mom promised you a cut of the profits. The whispers grew louder. Phones recorded everything. Violet stood near the entrance, broadcasting live. That's not, Veda's voice cracked. Mother said it would be okay. She said you owed us. Owed you. I turned from the easel. For what? Years of being pushed aside? Having my art supplies destroyed before competitions? Being told I wasn't good enough while you took credit for my work? I never meant. Vada looked around desperately. Mother, do something. But Regina was backing away, her carefully maintained facade crumbling as reporters pressed closer with questions about the financial records. Is it true you're deeply in debt? Did you bribe the gallery? Were you aware of the art theft? This is all a misunderstanding, Regina tried, but her voice had lost its authority. We're a family. A family, I laughed, the sound sharp and cold. Families don't steal from each other. They don't destroy each other's dreams for profit. The art critic stepped forward again. And Phoenix, the mysterious artist everyone's talking about? I nodded to Griffin, who projected images onto the gallery wall. Photos of me creating the Phoenix pieces, documentation of every step. Phoenix rose from the ashes of what they tried to destroy, I said, facing the cameras. Every piece was a statement about truth, about authenticity, about fighting back against those who try to silence artists. No, Regina whispered, watching her carefully constructed world collapse. You can't. Can't what? Succeed without your permission? Exist outside your control? I turned to the crowd. Every painting here has my signature hidden in it. UV light will reveal them, along with dates, timestamps, and coded messages I've included in each piece. Marshall slumped against the wall as collectors demanded refunds, his phone buzzing constantly. Vada had sunk into a chair, all pretense abandoned, as she sobbed quietly. The Phoenix mural outside, the critic said thoughtfully. It was a warning, wasn't it? And a declaration. It was truth in art form, I replied, adding the final stroke to my demonstrations piece. A small phoenix rising in the corner, my real signature bold beneath it. Violet pushed forward with her camera. And now that the truth is out, what's next for the real artist behind these works? I looked at my family. Regina's desperate anger, Vada's broken facade, Nathaniel's quiet pride. Then at my supporters, Griffin recording everything, Violet broadcasting truth, the critic nodding approvingly at my technique. Now, I picked up a fresh canvas. Now I create under my own name. No more shadows, no more theft, no more lies. Security, Marshall called weakly. Clear the gallery. No need, I said, gathering my supplies. The exhibition can proceed as planned, but with one small change. I walked to each painting, pulling out a UV light. One by one, my hidden signatures glowed, undeniable proof of their origin. The crowd gasped and photographed each revelation. Everything stays, I announced, but with proper attribution. After all, isn't art about truth? Regina's last desperate cry was drowned out by applause as I signed my latest piece with flourish. Not as Phoenix, not as the invisible daughter, but as myself. Finally, undeniably visible. The morning sun streamed through Griffin's studio windows as I packed the last of my paintings. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the exhibition. Galleries, collectors, journalists all wanting to talk about my work, both as myself and as Phoenix. Ready for this? Griffin asked, carefully wrapping my latest piece. Not really. I checked my phone. Another missed call from Regina. But I need to do it. The drive to my childhood home felt different now. The imposing facade no longer intimidated me. Nathaniel's truck was already parked outside. Inside, Regina sat at the dining room table, papers spread before her. Veda slumped in a corner chair, looking smaller without her designer clothes and carefully crafted confidence. You came, Regina said flatly. Your father insisted on this family meeting. We need to talk about consequences, Nathaniel said, his voice firm. Real ones. I set a folder on the table. 3 options. Read them. Regina's hand shook as she opened it. What is this? Option 1. You both publicly admit everything. The theft, the fraud, the manipulation. I'll decline to press charges, but you'll need to repay the collectors you deceived. Vada looked up, hope flickering. And the other options? Option 2. I let Violet publish everything she has. The financial records, the surveillance footage, the texts between you and Marshall planning the theft. You both face fraud charges. Regina's face hardened. You wouldn't dare. Option 3, I continued. I walk away. Cut all ties. But every piece of art I create will tell this story. Every exhibition will showcase how my own family tried to steal my voice. You're blackmailing us, Vada whispered. No, I'm giving you a chance to do the right thing. Finally, Nathaniel placed a hand on my shoulder. Listen to her, Regina. It's over. The question is how you want it to end. Regina stared at the papers, her carefully manicured nails tapping the table. The collectors are already demanding refunds. Marshall's reputation is ruined. What more do you want? The truth, I said simply. That's all I ever wanted. Vada stood suddenly. I'll do it. I'll confess. She turned to me, tears streaming. I was so scared of disappointing her, of not being perfect. It was easier to take your work than face my own failure. Vada, Regina snapped. Don't you dare. No, mother. Vada's voice strengthened. You pushed and pushed until we both became monsters. I won't do it anymore. My phone buzzed. Griffin, reminding me about the meeting with the new gallery. A real opportunity, earned with my own talent. Choose quickly, I said, standing. The press conference is in an hour. Either you'll be there to tell the truth, or I will. Regina's facade finally cracked. Everything I did was for this family. No, Nathaniel cut in. Everything you did was for your image of what this family should be. You never saw who we really were. I walked to the door, pausing. You know what the worst part was? I would have helped you, supported you both, if you'd just asked. Family works both ways. Wait, Vada called. I'm coming to the press conference. Mother can do what she wants, but I'm done lying. Regina watched her golden child walk away, her empire of lies crumbling. Outside, Griffin waited with his camera. How'd it go? About as expected. I looked back at the house. They'll either show up or they won't. Either way, I'm done hiding. Vada emerged, followed surprisingly by Regina, her shoulders slumped in defeat. "I suppose," Regina said quietly, "I owe you both an apology." "Many apologies." "Save it for the press conference," I replied. "Actions matter more than words now." At the gallery, Violet waited with her camera crew. The art critic stood nearby, examining my latest piece, a family portrait unlike any other, showing masks falling away to reveal true faces beneath. "Ready?" Griffin asked as we took our places. I looked at my fractured family, Vada's trembling courage, Regina's broken pride, Nathaniel's quiet strength, then at my chosen family, Griffin's unwavering support, Violet's dedication to truth, the critic's appreciation for authentic art. "Truth isn't always beautiful," I said to the assembled cameras, "but it's always art." The lights flashed as Regina stepped forward to speak. Vada beside her. I watched them confess, watched the truth finally set us all free. My phone buzzed one last time, a message from Marshall. "I'm sorry, you deserved better." I deleted it without responding. The past was painted over, and my canvas was finally gloriously blank. "Phoenix has landed," Griffin whispered, squeezing my hand. I smiled, feeling the weight of invisibility fall away completely. "No, Kendra is finally flying." The day Easton chose his family over me still plays in my mind, like a broken record. I remember standing in our kitchen, watching him pack his things, while his mother's words echoed through our apartment. "She'll never be good enough for a Lynch." My name is Delilah, and I was naive enough to believe love could bridge any gap. I grew up waiting tables and studying nights, while Easton grew up in a mansion with a silver spoon in his mouth. But when we met at that coffee shop where I worked, none of that seemed to matter. "You can't just leave," I said, my voice barely a whisper, as he stuffed his expensive shirts into a suitcase. "After everything we've been through." Easton wouldn't look at me. "My family, they're right, Delilah. We come from different worlds." I tried to make them understand, but what? My background isn't prestigious enough. My father wasn't a CEO. The coffee mug in my hand trembled. "I thought you were different. You don't understand the pressure I'm under," he said, finally meeting my eyes. "The family business, our reputation." "No, you don't understand," I cut him off. "I loved you despite your family's money, not because of it." The doorbell rang, making us both jump. Tiffany, his mother, stood there in her designer suit, perfectly manicured nails drumming against her purse. She barely acknowledged my presence as she walked in. "Easton, darling, the car is waiting," she said, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. "Your father is expecting us for dinner." I watched as Easton's shoulders slumped in defeat. The man I married, who once promised to stand by me through anything, was crumbling under his mother's gaze. "You should have seen this coming, dear," Tiffany said to me, her smile never reaching her eyes. "Someone like you, well, you must have known this was temporary." My best friend Bridget had warned me about the Lynches. "They're old money," she'd said. "They'll never accept someone they consider beneath them." I'd dismissed her concerns, believing Easton's love would be enough. "Someone like me." I stepped closer to Tiffany. "You mean someone who worked her way through college? Someone who knows the value of hard work?" "Mother, please," Easton interrupted, but Tiffany raised her hand to silence him. "Someone common," she replied. "We have certain standards to maintain. Surely you understand." The weight of my wedding ring suddenly felt like lead. I slipped it off my finger and placed it on the counter with a soft clink. "I understand perfectly. I understand that your son isn't half the man I thought he was." Easton flinched. "Delilah, don't what? Don't make this harder. You've made your choice, Easton. You chose them." I turned to Tiffany. "Congratulations, you've won. But remember this moment, because I promise you'll regret it." "Is that a threat?" Tiffany's perfectly shaped eyebrows rose. "No," I smiled, feeling a strange calm wash over me. "It's a promise to myself." I grabbed my keys and walked toward the door, pausing only to look back at Easton one last time. He stood there, trapped between his mother and his suitcase, looking lost and small. You know what's funny? I said. I actually felt sorry for you, growing up with parents like these, but now I see you're exactly like them. The door closed behind me with a satisfying thud. In my car, I called Bridget, my hands shaking as I held the phone. He's gone, I managed to say, before the tears started. I'm coming over, she said immediately. Pack your bags. You're staying with me. I can't just. Yes, you can, and you will. This isn't the end of your story, Delilah. It's just the beginning. As I drove away from the apartment I'd shared with Easton, I caught a glimpse of Tiffany's car in my rearview mirror. Mother and son, heading back to their privileged bubble. They thought they'd broken me, but they'd only succeeded in setting me free. That night, curled up on Bridget's couch with a glass of wine, I made myself another promise. I would rebuild my life, piece by piece, until the day came when Easton and his family would realize exactly what they'd thrown away. To new beginnings, Bridget raised her glass. To revenge, served cold, I replied, surprising myself with the steel in my voice. Little did they know, the humble waitress they'd dismissed would soon become their worst nightmare. Not through malice or schemes, but through the simple act of rising above their expectations and succeeding beyond their wildest dreams. You can't mope around my apartment forever, Bridget announced one morning, yanking open the curtains. It's been 2 weeks. I pulled the blanket over my head, but she wasn't having it. I'm not moping, I muttered. I'm strategizing. Is that what we're calling watching sad movies and eating ice cream now? She sat on the edge of the couch. Come on, I've got something to show you. Reluctantly, I followed her to her home office, where her laptop displayed a commercial space for rent in downtown. The price made me wince. Before you say no, Bridget held up her hand. Hear me out. Remember those organic skincare products you used to make? The ones everyone at the wedding raved about? I nodded. It had started as a hobby, mixing natural ingredients in my kitchen to create face masks and moisturizers. Even Tiffany had unknowingly complimented my homemade face cream at the wedding. Before she knew about my background. There's a massive market for clean, sustainable beauty products, Bridget continued, and you already have the perfect formula. That was just for fun, I protested. I can't start a business. I don't have the money or experience or what? The right family name. Bridget's words hit home. Stop letting them live rent-free in your head. The bell above the coffee shop door chimed as we entered later that day. I needed caffeine to process Bridget's suggestion, but fate had other plans. Excuse me, a man in a sharp suit called out as I walked past his table. I couldn't help overhearing your conversation about natural skincare products. I froze, embarrassed that our excited chatter had disturbed someone. I'm so sorry if we were too loud. No. He stood, extending his hand. I'm Leonard. I work in business development, and I'm always looking for innovative ideas. Would you mind sharing more about your products? Before I could decline, Bridget jumped in. She'd love to. In fact, she has samples in her bag right now. I shot her a look, but she just grinned and pushed me toward the chair opposite Leonard. Reluctantly, I pulled out the small jar of face cream I always carried. Leonard examined the product, asking detailed questions about ingredients, production costs, and target market. His eyes lit up when I explained my commitment to sustainable packaging. You know, he said, sliding his business card across the table, I mentor startups in their early stages. Your idea has potential, but more importantly, you have something rare, passion, and authenticity. I stared at the card. Why would you want to help me? Because 15 years ago, someone took a chance on me when I was starting out. Sometimes all it takes is one person believing in you. He smiled. Think about it. Call me if you're interested. After he left, Bridget practically bounced in her seat. This is it. The universe is literally throwing opportunities at you, or setting me up for another fall, I said. But I couldn't deny the spark of excitement in my chest. That night, I pulled out my old recipe journal. Pages of carefully documented formulations, customer feedback from friends, cost calculations. It was all there. I'd stopped when Easton's family made it clear they found my kitchen experiments embarrassing. The next morning, I called Leonard. 3 months later, I stood in my own small production space, surrounded by mixing equipment and natural ingredients. Leonard had helped me secure a small business loan and guided me through the licensing process. The space wasn't much, but it was mine. To Freeman Naturals, Bridget raised a glass of champagne as we celebrated the official opening. "You did it, girl." "We did it," I corrected her, including Leonard in my gesture. "I couldn't have done this without either of you." "Actually, you could have," Leonard said. "You just needed to believe it was possible." Speaking of which, there's a trade show next month. Perfect opportunity to launch your brand. Isn't that the one where all the luxury beauty brands showcase? My stomach churned. "I'm not ready for that." "You're more ready than you think," he insisted. "Success is the best revenge, Delilah. Trust me." As I looked around my small but growing business, I felt something I hadn't experienced since before Easton left. Pride. Pure, unfiltered pride in something I'd built with my own hands. "Okay," I said, squaring my shoulders. "Sign me up for the trade show. It's time to show the world what this common girl can do." Bridget hugged me tight. "The Lynches won't know what hit them." "No," I smiled, feeling stronger than I had in months. "They won't." "Your booth location is terrible," Leonard said, scanning the trade show floor plan. "But we can work with it." I stood in the massive convention center, watching workers set up elaborate displays for major beauty brands. My modest booth felt like a rowboat among luxury yachts. "Remember," Leonard continued, "you're not just selling products, you're selling a story. Your story." "A story about getting dumped by my rich husband?" I quipped, arranging sample jars on our small counter. "No," he said firmly, "a story about a woman who created something authentic and beautiful from scratch. These big brands, they're all smoke and mirrors. You're the real deal." The first day of the show was overwhelming. Buyers and journalists rushed past our booth, drawn to the flashier displays. I felt my confidence wavering until a woman in her 60s stopped to try our sample face cream. "This texture is divine," she said, closing her eyes as she applied it. "And the scent, so subtle, so natural." "It's all organic," I explained, warming to her genuine interest. "The rose oil is sourced from a small family farm in Oregon." "I'm Margaret from Bloom Beauty," she said. "We have boutiques in several major cities. Would you be interested in discussing wholesale options?" By afternoon, we had 3 potential retail partners and a growing crowd around our booth. People were drawn to the simplicity of our packaging and the authenticity of our approach. "See?" Leonard grinned. "The truth sells itself." Then I heard a familiar voice that made my blood freeze. "Well, if it isn't the kitchen chemist," Noelle drawled, sauntering up to our booth. She'd been Tiffany's favorite choice for Easton, the daughter of another wealthy family. "How quaint." "Can I help you try something?" I asked professionally, though my hands shook slightly. "Oh, I'm not here to buy," she smirked. "I represent Luxe Beauty now. We're launching our new premium organic line next month. Just wanted to see what the competition was up to." I noticed her eyes scanning our display, lingering on our order book. "Well, good luck with your launch," I said firmly. "If you'll excuse me, I have customers waiting." After she left, Leonard squeezed my shoulder. "Don't let her rattle you. She's worried, or she wouldn't have come over." The next day brought even more success. A popular beauty blogger raved about our night cream on social media, sending a flood of visitors to our booth. By closing time, we'd sold out of several products and had a waiting list for more. "We need to scale up production," Leonard said as we packed up. "And fast. I know some manufacturers who—" "No," I interrupted. "We're keeping production in-house. Quality control is everything." He smiled. "That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, but you'll need a bigger facility, more staff." "Then that's what we'll do," I said, surprising myself with my certainty. "I won't compromise on quality, ever." The final day of the show, I arrived early to find a sophisticated woman waiting at our booth. She introduced herself as the beauty director of a major magazine. "Your brand has created quite a buzz," she said. "Would you be interested in being featured in our Rising Stars section?" As we discussed the details, I noticed Noelle watching from her luxurious booth across the aisle. Her expression sour. The magazine feature would come out just before Luxe Beauty's organic line launch. "Perfect timing," Leonard whispered after the beauty director left. Sometimes karma works faster than expected. That evening, as we celebrated our success at a nearby restaurant, Leonard handed me an envelope. Inside was an invitation to speak at an upcoming charity gala. "The theme is innovation and sustainability in beauty," he explained. "They want you to share your journey." I stared at the invitation, my heart racing when I saw the event details. The Lynch Foundation was one of the main sponsors. "You don't have to accept," Leonard said gently, reading my expression. "Yes, I do," I replied, my voice stronger than I felt. "It's time to show them exactly who I've become." Bridget raised her glass. "To facing our fears head on." "To karma," Leonard added with a knowing smile. I touched my glass to theirs, thinking about how far I'd come from that broken woman in Bridget's apartment. My small business was growing beyond my wildest dreams, and now I had a platform to tell my story, my real story. "To authenticity," I said, "and to never letting anyone make you feel small again." As we toasted, my phone buzzed with another order notification. Success, I was learning, truly was the sweetest revenge. "You're fidgeting again," Bridget said, adjusting my blazer in the mirror. The charity gala was 3 days away, and we were at my final fitting. "I'm not fidgeting," I protested, though my fingers wouldn't stop smoothing the silk fabric. "I'm just making sure everything's perfect. The dress is perfect. Your speech is perfect. You're perfect." She turned me to face her. "What's really bothering you?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Another message from Leonard. "Just confirmed. Entire Lynch family RSVP'd, yes, including Easton." My stomach lurched. Maybe I should back out. "Like hell you will," Bridget snapped. "You've worked too hard for this moment." The boutique owner approached with a garment bag. "The alterations are complete, Ms. Freeman. Would you like to try it on one more time?" I shook my head, already feeling suffocated. "I need air." Outside, I leaned against the building, taking deep breaths. A familiar voice made me jump. "Delilah." I turned to see Ricardo, Easton's father, standing there in his usual impeccable suit. Of all the streets in the city. "Hello, Ricardo," I managed, straightening my spine. He looked older than I remembered, more gray at his temples. "I heard you're speaking at the gala." "That's right." I met his gaze steadily. "About my company's commitment to sustainable beauty." "Yes, well," he cleared his throat. "Tiffany and I were surprised to see your name on the program." "I bet you were." I couldn't help the edge in my voice. "Surprised that the waitress you dismissed built a successful company." He had the grace to look uncomfortable. "About that, perhaps we were—" "Save it," I cut him off. "I have a fitting to finish." Back inside, Bridget took one look at my face and knew. "What happened?" "Just ran into Ricardo," I said, slipping into the dress. "He tried to apologize, or maybe he was going to warn me to stay away from the gala. I didn't stick around to find out." "Good," she said firmly. "You don't owe them anything." That evening, I buried myself in work at the office, reviewing production schedules and order fulfillment. A knock at the door startled me. "You're here late," Leonard said, walking in with takeout bags. "Thought you might need dinner and moral support." I grabbed a container of pad thai. "I ran into Ricardo today." "Ah." He sat down. And nothing." I walked away. I pushed the noodles around. But seeing him brought everything back. The way they looked at me, like I was dirt on their shoes. "Good," Leonard said, surprising me. "Use that feeling. Channel it into your speech." "I don't want revenge anymore," I admitted. "I just want to prove them wrong." "That's exactly why you'll succeed." He pulled out his tablet. Now, let's review your presentation one more time. The next few days passed in a blur of preparations. The magazine feature about Freeman Naturals hit newsstands, causing our online orders to explode. I barely had time to think about the gala until the morning of. "The car's here," Bridget called through my bedroom door. "Are you ready?" I stared at my reflection. The woman in the mirror looked confident, successful. No trace of the heartbroken girl who'd fled her apartment a year ago. "Almost," I called back, reaching for my grandmother's necklace, the only family heirloom I had. As I fastened it, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I heard you're speaking tonight. We need to talk. Easton." My hands shook as I deleted the message without responding. "Delilah," Bridget poked her head in. "You okay?" "Easton just texted." I showed her my phone. "He wants to talk." "Of course he does," she scoffed. "Now that you're successful, now that you're speaking at their precious charity event, don't let him get in your head." She was right. I grabbed my clutch and speech notes. Let's go show them what they missed out on. In the car, Leonard called to review last-minute details. "Remember, you're on right after Noelle from Luxe Beauty. Don't let her presentation rattle you." "I won't," I promised, watching the city lights blur past. I'm done letting any of them affect me. But as we pulled up to the Grand Hotel, seeing the Lynch Foundation banner hanging above the entrance, my heart raced. Somewhere inside, my past and present were about to collide. "Ready?" Bridget squeezed my hand. I took a deep breath, thinking of how far I'd come. Ready. The ballroom buzzed with the city's elite, champagne glasses clinking, and diamonds glittering under crystal chandeliers. I spotted Tiffany holding court near the stage, wearing her signature pearls and condescending smile. "Deep breaths," Bridget whispered, steering me toward our assigned table. "You're not that girl anymore," Leonard intercepted us, tablet in hand. "Change of plans. They've moved you up in the speaking order. You're now before Noelle, not after." "What? Why?" "Because," a silky voice interrupted. I requested it. Noelle appeared, wearing a dress that probably cost more than my first month's rent. "I prefer to close the show. The schedule was set weeks ago," Leonard argued. Noelle's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Things change. By the way, Delilah, have you said hello to Easton yet? He's been asking about you." My comeback was cut short by the event coordinator calling speakers for a final briefing. As I walked away, I heard Noelle's theatrical whisper, "Poor thing, she still looks so provincial." The speaker's preparation room was mercifully empty. I reviewed my notes, trying to ignore the muffled sounds of the gathering crowd. The door opened, and my heart stopped. "Delilah." Easton stood there, more gray in his hair than I remembered, looking uncertain in a way that once would have made me want to comfort him. "Don't," I said, gathering my papers. "Whatever you're going to say, just don't." "You look amazing," he pressed on. "I've been following your success, the magazine feature. Funny how my success suddenly makes me worth talking to." I moved toward the door, but he blocked my path. "I made a mistake," he said quietly. "I let my family—" "No," I met his eyes. "You didn't let them do anything. You chose them. Own your choice." "Ms. Freeman," the coordinator poked her head in. "You're on in 5 minutes." I pushed past Easton, but his next words froze me. "I miss you." Turning slowly, I laughed, a sharp cold sound that surprised us both. "You miss me?" "Now that I'm successful. Now that I've proven I'm not just some waitress. How convenient." His face flushed. "That's not fair." "Fair." I stepped closer. "Was it fair when your mother called me common? When your father suggested I was a gold digger? When you stood there and said nothing?" The coordinator appeared again, more urgently this time. I straightened my spine and walked past Easton without another glance. In the hallway, I nearly collided with Tiffany. She wore the same perfume that used to fill their mansion, the one that had always given me a headache. "Delilah, darling," she cooed, as if we were old friends. "I must say, your little business venture is quite impressive for someone of your background." "Thank you, Tiffany," I smiled sweetly. "It's amazing what someone of my background can achieve. without riding on their family's coattails. Her face tightened, but before she could respond, I was being ushered toward the stage. Through the curtain, I could see Noelle in the front row, smirking. The Lynches sat at their reserved table, Easton's empty chair between his parents. And now, the host announced, speaking about sustainable innovation in beauty, please welcome the founder and CEO of Freeman Naturals, Delilah Freeman. The spotlight hit me as I walked out, my heels clicking against the hardwood stage. From the corner of my eye, I saw Easton slip back into his seat. Good evening, I began, my voice steady despite my racing heart. A year ago, I was told I wasn't good enough, that my background made me unworthy of certain circles. The Lynch table shifted uncomfortably. Tiffany's pearls gleamed as she lifted her chin defiantly. But here's what I learned. I continued, gaining strength. Success isn't about where you come from. It's about authenticity, determination, and staying true to your values. I launched into my presentation about sustainable beauty practices, but I could feel the undercurrent of my words hitting their mark. Every achievement I mentioned was a subtle reminder of what they'd dismissed. Noelle's smile had turned brittle. Easton couldn't take his eyes off me. And Tiffany. Tiffany looked like she'd swallowed something sour. As I concluded, the applause was thunderous. Leonard gave me a subtle thumbs up from his table. Bridget was beaming. Thank you, I said into the microphone, then added with a pointed look at the Lynch table. Sometimes rejection is just redirection to something better. Walking off stage, I felt lighter than I had in months. I'd faced my past and emerged stronger. The night wasn't over, but I'd already won. The applause had barely died down when Noelle took the stage, her voice syrupy sweet as she began her presentation. I slipped into the back of the ballroom, not wanting to give her the satisfaction of my full attention. Quite a speech. Leonard appeared beside me, offering a glass of champagne. But the real show's about to begin. What do you mean? He nodded toward Noelle, who was unveiling Luxe Beauty's new organic line. Watch carefully. As Noelle described their product's revolutionary natural formulation, something familiar caught my eye. The ingredient list she was displaying looked eerily similar to mine. Is that? I started. Your formula? With minor tweaks, yes. Leonard's expression was grim. She must have copied it during the trade show, when she was hovering around our booth. My hands clenched around my champagne glass. That's illegal. Precisely. He pulled out his phone, showing me photos he'd taken of my original formula documentation. I had a feeling something like this might happen. That's why I insisted on patenting your formulations months ago. The room erupted in gasps as Noelle's presentation suddenly cut out, replaced by a legal notice on the screen behind her. Ms. Simmons, a man in a suit, approached the stage. I represent Freeman Naturals' legal team. We need to discuss your company's patent infringement immediately. Noelle's perfectly composed facade cracked. This is ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about. The formulation you're presenting, he continued loudly, is protected under patent number 789324, registered to Freeman Naturals 6 months ago. The ballroom erupted in whispers. I saw Tiffany frantically whispering to Ricardo, while Easton sat frozen, staring at Noelle with dawning comprehension. You knew, I said to Leonard. You knew she'd try this. I suspected. Companies like Luxe Beauty don't innovate, they appropriate. But we were ready. Noelle stormed off the stage, her face red with fury. She made a beeline for me, but security intercepted her halfway. You planned this, she hissed as they escorted her out. You set me up. No, I called after her. You did that all by yourself. The event coordinator quickly tried to restore order, but the damage was done. Journalists who'd come to cover a charity gala now had a much juicier story. Delilah, Bridget rushed over. Have you seen your phone? The story's already breaking on social media. Luxe Beauty's stock is dropping. Before I could respond, Tiffany appeared before me, her face tight with barely controlled rage. You've made your point. Are you happy now? Destroying reputations. I didn't destroy anything. I replied calmly. Your friend tried to steal my work. The truth just caught up with her. The truth, she scoffed. The truth is, you'll never belong in this world, no matter how successful you become. Mother, stop. Easton's voice cut through the tension. He'd approached without me noticing. Haven't you done enough? Tiffany recoiled, as if slapped. Easton, surely you can't be defending her. I should have defended her a year ago. He turned to me. Delilah, I know it's too late, but I'm sorry. I was a coward. Yes, I agreed. You were. Ricardo joined us, looking older than ever. Perhaps we all were wrong about you, Delilah. Perhaps? I laughed softly. You know what the difference is between you and me. I never needed your approval. I just needed to believe in myself. A reporter approached, notebook in hand. Ms. Freeman, could we get a statement about the patent infringement? Of course, I smiled. Turning away from the Lynches, I believe in protecting innovation and authentic creation. That's what Freeman Naturals stands for. As I spoke with the reporter, I could feel Easton's eyes on me. But it didn't matter anymore. The butterflies in my stomach were gone, replaced by a steady certainty. Leonard touched my elbow. Ready to get out of here? We have an early meeting tomorrow with 3 major retailers who just canceled their Luxe Beauty orders. Actually, I said, I'd like to stay a bit longer. This is turning out to be quite an entertaining evening. Bridget linked her arm through mine. That's my girl. Besides, you haven't even touched the dessert buffet yet. As we walked away, I heard Tiffany's sharp intake of breath, probably shocked that I wasn't skulking away in shame. But I had nothing to be ashamed of. Every step I'd taken, every success I'd achieved, had been earned through hard work and integrity. The night wasn't turning out anything like I'd expected. It was turning out better. The morning after the gala, my office was flooded with calls and emails. News of Noelle's patent infringement had spread like wildfire through the beauty industry. Your inbox is exploding, Bridget announced, bursting into my office with coffee. 3 major department stores want to carry our line, and that magazine wants a follow-up interview. I barely had time to respond before Leonard walked in, looking unusually serious. We need to talk. Luxe Beauty's lawyers are here. My stomach dropped, but I straightened my spine and nodded. Send them in. 2 stern-faced attorneys entered, followed by Noelle herself. She looked nothing like the polished socialite from last night. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her designer outfit slightly wrinkled. Let's make this quick, one lawyer began. We're prepared to offer a settlement. No, I interrupted. No settlements. Noelle leaned forward. Be reasonable, Delilah. Name your price. My price? I stood up slowly. You tried to steal something I built from nothing. Something I created while you and your friends were mocking me for being common. I admit I made a mistake, she said, her voice cracking. But this scandal is destroying my family's company. Please. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here was Noelle, begging the woman she'd looked down on for so long. Here's what's going to happen, I said, surprising myself with my calm tone. You're going to publicly admit what you did. You're going to apologize to your customers for trying to sell them stolen formulations. And you're going to step down from your position. That's outrageous, one lawyer protested. No, Noelle whispered. She's right. Everyone in the room turned to stare at her. I was jealous, she continued. You built something real, while I was just trading on my family name. I thought I could take a shortcut. Leonard cleared his throat. We'll have our lawyers draft the agreement. You'll make the announcement by end of day. After they left, Bridget hugged me tight. That was amazing. But why didn't you take their money? Because this was never about money, I replied. It was about truth. My phone buzzed, Easton calling again. I declined the call, but a text followed immediately. Please, just 5 minutes, I'm in the lobby. Don't, Bridget warned, reading over my shoulder. I have to, I said. For closure. I found Easton pacing by the reception desk, looking as unsettled as I'd ever seen him. Make it quick, I said. I have a company to run. I left her, he blurted out. I told my parents I'm done letting them control my life. Seeing you last night, seeing what you've achieved, I realized what a fool I've been. Took you long enough. I know it's too late. He stepped closer. But I never stopped loving you. A year ago, those words would have melted my heart. Now they just made me tired. You're right about one thing, I said. It is too late, way too late. We could try again, he pleaded. I'm different now. But I'm different too, I replied. And that's the problem. I've outgrown you, Easton. I've outgrown all of it. The elevator dinged, and Leonard stepped out. Delilah, the press is waiting in the conference room. I have to go, I told Easton. Good luck with your journey of self-discovery. Is that really it? He called after me. All those years together mean nothing. I turned back one last time. They meant everything. That's why it hurt so much when you threw them away. But now they're just part of my origin story. In the conference room, journalists waited with cameras and recorders. Leonard handed me a statement to review, but I set it aside. Just speak from the heart, he advised. That's what got you here. I took my place at the podium, looking out at the sea of faces. A year ago, I would have been terrified. Now I felt only strength. Good morning, I began. Today isn't about patent infringement or corporate scandal. It's about authenticity, about standing up for what you've built. As I spoke, I caught my reflection in the window. Confident, powerful, free. The woman I'd become wasn't defined by the Lynches or their rejection. She was defined by her own choices, her own strength. And that, I realized, was the sweetest victory of all. The autumn breeze carried the scent of success as I cut the ribbon at our new Freeman Naturals headquarters. Camera flashes popped while Bridget wiped away happy tears beside me. And with this, I addressed the crowd. We launch our global sustainability initiative, making clean beauty accessible to everyone, regardless of their background. The applause was interrupted by a familiar voice. Excuse me, may I say something? Tiffany stood at the edge of the crowd, looking smaller somehow, without her usual entourage. The audience parted as she walked forward. Mrs. Lynch, I acknowledged, keeping my voice neutral. This is unexpected. She cleared her throat, clutching her designer purse like a shield. I came to make amends, publicly. The journalist's cameras whirred to life. Leonard moved protectively closer to me, but I held up my hand. Go on, I said. I was wrong about you. Tiffany's voice carried across the suddenly silent gathering. My prejudice and pride cost my son his happiness, and our family its integrity. While you were building something meaningful, we were clinging to outdated notions of worth. Why now? I asked, genuinely curious. Because yesterday, my granddaughter asked me why we treat some people differently than others. Her voice cracked. I couldn't give her an answer that didn't make me ashamed. The crowd murmured. I stepped down from the podium, approaching her. I don't expect forgiveness, she continued, but I want you to know that you've taught our entire social circle a valuable lesson. Success isn't inherited, it's earned. Thank you, I said simply. Would you like a tour of the facility? Her eyes widened in surprise. You'd allow that? Of course, our doors are open to everyone. That's the whole point. As we walked through the production floor, I showed her how we sourced sustainable ingredients, employed local workers, and maintained strict quality controls. This is remarkable, she admitted, watching our team at work. Ricardo and we've been doing a lot of thinking. We'd like to establish a scholarship fund for aspiring entrepreneurs from underprivileged backgrounds. Would you consider being on the selection committee? I stopped walking. Are you serious? Entirely. Who better to spot genuine talent and determination? Before I could respond, Bridget rushed up with her tablet. Delilah, you need to see this. Noelle just posted her public apology, and it's going viral. The video showed Noelle, humble and sincere, taking full responsibility for the patent infringement. But it was her closing words that caught my attention. Delilah Freeman showed me that true success comes from innovation, not imitation. Her forgiveness in allowing me to make this right speaks volumes about her character, the character I once foolishly dismissed. Well, I smiled at Tiffany. It seems today is full of surprises. Life has a way of humbling us all, she replied softly. Leonard appeared with contracts in hand. The European distribution deals are ready for your signature, and that sustainable packaging manufacturer in Sweden is on the line. Actually, I said, I think we should discuss involving the Lynch Foundation in our global initiative. Their connections could help us reach more communities. Tiffany's eyes filled with tears. After everything we did, the past is the past, I said firmly. What matters is what we do now. The day ended with an impromptu strategy session in my office. Bridget ordered takeout, while Leonard and I brainstormed with Tiffany about combining our resources for greater impact. As the sun set over the city, I stepped out onto my office balcony. The neon signs were blinking to life, including the massive Freeman Naturals logo atop our building. Quite a view. Bridget joined me, handing me a glass of champagne. Did you ever imagine this when you were crying on my couch? Never, I laughed. But you know what's funny? I'm actually grateful for everything that happened. Even the heartbreak? Especially the heartbreak. It showed me who I really am. My phone buzzed with a text from Easton. Congratulations on the new headquarters. You deserve every success. I truly hope you're happy. This time, I replied, I am. I hope you find your happiness too. Bridget read the exchange over my shoulder. Look at you, all zen and mature. Not zen, I corrected her, just complete. Below us, the city pulsed with energy and possibility. I thought about the girl who once felt so small in this big world, who let others define her worth. She seemed like a stranger now. To new beginnings, Bridget raised her glass. No, I smiled, clinking my glass against hers, to being exactly who we're meant to be. The night air carried the promise of more adventures, more challenges, more triumphs. But this time, I was ready for them all.
The crystal wine glasses clinked as my brother Bruce raised his for yet another toast. To success, he announced, his perfect white smile gleaming in our father's meticulously decorated dining room, and to those who know how to achieve it. I'm Amy, and I was about to experience the most humiliating dinner of my life. Speaking of success, my father Edward interjected, swirling his expensive Bordeaux, Bruce just closed another multi-million-dollar merger, third one this quarter. He beamed at my brother with the pride I'd never seen directed at me. I pushed my untouched salmon around the plate, already knowing where this conversation was heading. The familiar knot formed in my stomach as I felt my mother Lillian's sympathetic glance from across the table. And what about you, Amy? Bruce's wife Melina asked, genuine interest in her voice. How's your documentary coming along? Before I could answer, Bruce let out a snort. Oh, right, the one about that small-town recycling scandal? Must be riveting stuff. Actually, I straightened my spine, gripping my fork tighter. It exposed systematic corruption in local government. It's being considered for... Considered for what? My father interrupted. Another participation trophy? When are you going to grow up and get a real job, Amy? Documentary filmmaking is a real job, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I'm working on something bigger now, something that could... Could what? Bruce laughed, looking around the table for support. Win you tens of dollars instead of just ones? Bruce, Melina whispered. But he was on a roll. Remember when she wanted to be a journalist in college? Bruce continued, addressing our father. Thank God she didn't pursue that dead-end career. Oh, wait. The laughter that followed felt like acid on my skin. Even my mother's weak attempt at changing the subject couldn't drown it out. I'm investigating corporate fraud, I blurted out, desperate to be taken seriously just once. Major companies, serious violations. People need to know the truth. The silence that followed lasted exactly 3 seconds before my father set down his wineglass with a sharp clink. Corporate fraud? He leaned forward, his amusement morphing into something darker. You mean harassing legitimate businesses with your amateur camera work and conspiracy theories? They're not theories when you have evidence, I shot back, immediately regretting my words as I saw his expression change. Evidence? Bruce's lawyer instincts kicked in. What exactly are you implying, little sister? I'm not implying anything, I said, pushing my chair back. I'm stating facts, and soon everyone else will see them too. Listen to me very carefully. My father's voice dropped to that dangerous quiet tone I remembered from childhood. You're embarrassing yourself. More importantly, you're embarrassing this family. It's time you stopped playing at being a filmmaker and found something productive to do with your life. Edward, my mother finally spoke up. Perhaps we should— No, Lillian, she needs to hear this. He turned back to me. Your brother made partner at 30. He has a beautiful home, a respectable career, a family on the way. And what do you have? A camera and delusions of grandeur? I stood up so quickly, my water glass toppled, spreading across the pristine white tablecloth like a slow-motion disaster. What I have, I said, my voice shaking with rage, is integrity, and a story that's going to make you wish you'd taken me seriously. Sit down, my father commanded. You're making a scene. No, I'm making a documentary, and trust me, you'll want to watch this one. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, ignoring my mother's calls to come back. As I reached for the handle, Bruce's voice carried from the dining room. Always so dramatic. No wonder nobody takes her seriously. The door slammed behind me with a satisfying bang. In my car, hands trembling on the steering wheel, I pulled out my phone and dialed. Rhea, it's me. Remember that footage I told you about? The stuff about Carlton Industries? I took a deep breath. I'm ready to go all in. No more playing it safe. My best friend's voice crackled through the speaker. Are you sure? This could get messy. I thought about the laughter, the dismissal, the years of being the family disappointment. Good, I said, starting the engine. Messy is exactly what I'm going for. As I pulled away from my father's mansion, I caught a glimpse of my mother watching from the window. For a moment, I almost felt guilty about what I was about to do. Almost. But they wanted me to make something of myself? Fine. I'd make something they'd never forget. You should see your face right now, Rhea said, sliding a coffee across her kitchen counter to me. You've got that look. What look? The one that says you're about to do something either brilliant or stupid. She leaned forward, elbows on the granite. Maybe both. I pulled out my laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard as I pulled up my research files. Carlton Industries has been dumping toxic waste in residential areas for years. I have proof, but that's just the surface. And your father's law firm represents them? Rhea finished, understanding dawning on her face. Amy, are you sure you want to— Look at this, I interrupted, turning the screen toward her. These are internal emails from their environmental compliance department. 3 deaths in the last year alone, all covered up, all in neighborhoods where people can't afford to fight back. Rhea's journalist instincts kicked in as she scanned the documents. How did you get these? Remember Marcus from college? He works in their IT department now. He's been helping me gather evidence for months. This is dynamite, Rhea whispered. But you'll need more than just documents. You'll need faces, stories, expert testimony. That's why I called you. I took a deep breath. I need your contacts. Anyone who might be willing to go on record. Rhea was already pulling out her phone. There's someone you need to meet, Eduardo Price. He broke the story on that pharmaceutical scandal last year. If anyone knows how to handle something this big, it's him. 2 days later, I sat across from Eduardo in a quiet corner of a downtown cafe, trying not to feel intimidated by his penetrating gaze as he reviewed my footage. Your technical skills are solid, he said finally, closing my laptop. But you're playing it too safe. Where's the anger? I'm plenty angry, I replied. Then show it. These aren't just numbers on a spreadsheet. These are real people being poisoned in their homes while your brother's law firm helps cover it up. I flinched at the mention of Bruce. I want to focus on Carlton Industries, not my family. Eduardo leaned back, studying me. Sometimes the personal angle is what makes a story unforgettable. Why are you really doing this, Amy? Because it's wrong, I said automatically. Try again. I thought about my father's dismissive laugh, Bruce's condescending smirk. Because nobody thinks I can. Better. Now tell me why the audience should care. Because while companies like Carlton Industries poison communities, they're protected by powerful law firms who make sure they never face consequences. Because my own brother... I stopped, emotion threatening to choke me. Go on. Because my own brother sits in board meetings knowing what they're doing, and he doesn't care. Because my father calls me a failure while he profits from their crimes. Because somebody needs to expose the truth, and nobody else will. Eduardo smiled for the first time. Now that's a story worth telling. He pulled out a business card. I have a contact at the EPA who's been building a case against Carlton for years. She's been looking for a platform. Call this number tomorrow. As I reached for the card, he held onto it. But understand something. Once you start down this road, there's no turning back. Your family will never forgive you. They'll have to get in line, I said, taking the card. That night, as I reviewed my footage, my phone buzzed with a text from Melina. Your mother's worried about you. Call her? I ignored it, focusing instead on the interview playing on my screen. A woman stood in her backyard, pointing to the discolored grass and dead plants. My daughter was diagnosed with leukemia last month, she was saying. The doctors can't explain it, but everyone on this street has someone sick. Everyone. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Bruce. Dad's pretty pissed about your little outburst. You should apologize before this gets worse. I thought about the woman in the video, about her daughter fighting for her life while my brother helped hide the truth, about all the times I'd swallowed my pride to keep the peace. Not anymore. I picked up my phone and called Eduardo's contact. A woman's voice answered on the second ring. This is Sarah Matthews from the Environmental Protection Agency. Eduardo said you might call. I'm working on a documentary about Carlton Industries, I said. I understand you have information that might interest me. Meet me tomorrow at noon. Bring your camera. She paused. And Amy, be careful who you trust with this. Lives are at stake. As I hung up, another text came through, this time from my mother. Please don't do anything rash, sweetheart. Too late, Mom. Way too late. I turned back to my laptop, where the woman in the video was still speaking. Someone needs to make them answer for what they've done. They will, I whispered to the screen. I promise. Sarah Matthews' office felt smaller than it looked, cramped with filing cabinets and stacks of documents that reached toward the ceiling. She closed the door behind us with a soft click. Everything I'm about to show you is public record, she said, pulling out a thick folder. But nobody's connected the dots yet. I set up my camera as she spread documents across her desk. Carlton Industries has facilities in 12 states. In each location, we've documented increased rates of rare cancers, birth defects, respiratory issues. But every time we get close to proving causation, the evidence disappears, I finished. Or the witnesses back out. Sarah's fingers traced a map marked with red dots. Your brother's firm handles most of their litigation. They're very good at what they do. My camera whirred quietly as it captured her methodically, laying out 20 years of environmental violations, settlements, and suspicious coincidences. Last month, a whistleblower came forward, Sarah continued. Former plant manager. He had documentation, samples, everything we needed. The day before his deposition. She paused, shuffling through papers. What happened? Car accident, single vehicle, no witnesses. The implications hung heavy in the air. My phone buzzed. Another text from Bruce. Dad's hosting a dinner for Carlton's CEO next week. Time to bury the hatchet. Come. I ignored it as Sarah pulled out more files. 3 hours later, I had enough footage to make any corporate lawyer nervous. As I packed up my equipment, Sarah grabbed my arm. There's something else, off the record. I set my camera down. Your father's firm. They're not just representing Carlton, they're shareholders, major ones. My stomach dropped. How major? Enough that if Carlton goes down, your family goes with them. I drove straight to Eduardo's office, my mind racing. He reviewed the footage in silence, occasionally nodding or making notes. This is good, he said finally. But we need more. Someone inside Carlton willing to talk. The last insider died in a convenient accident, I reminded him. Then we need to be smarter. He tapped his pen against his desk. That dinner your brother mentioned, Carlton's CEO will be there? Yes, but perfect. Get yourself invited. I stared at him. You want me to spy on my family? I want you to do your job. Sometimes that means getting your hands dirty. He leaned forward. Unless you're having second thoughts. Before I could answer, my phone rang. Melina. Amy, thank God you picked up. Listen, I need to tell you something about Carlton Industries. My heart raced. What about them? Not over the phone. Can you meet me? Now? 20 minutes later, I sat across from my sister-in-law at a quiet cafe. Her hands shook as she stirred her untouched coffee. Bruce doesn't know I'm here, she said quietly. He'd kill me if he knew. Knew what? I work in accounting at Carlton. Last week, I found something in the books. Payments to shell companies, millions of dollars. When I asked Bruce about it, she swallowed hard. He told me to forget I saw anything, said it was better not to know. I reached for my phone to record, but she grabbed my hand. No records, please. I'm only telling you this because... She placed a hand on her stomach. I'm pregnant, Amy, and I live less than a mile from one of their facilities. The things I've seen in those financial records, I can't stay quiet anymore. I need proof, Melina. I know. She slid a USB drive across the table. Be careful with this. People who ask too many questions about Carlton tend to disappear. Back home, I plugged in the drive with trembling fingers. Financial records, internal memos, board meeting minutes, enough to prove systematic fraud and environmental violations going back decades. My phone buzzed again. Bruce, Dad insists you come to dinner next week. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. As I typed my response, an email notification popped up from an anonymous address. The subject line made my blood run cold. Carlton Industries, you're asking the wrong questions. The message contained only an address and a time. Tomorrow, 3 p.m., come alone. I called Rhea immediately. It could be a trap, she warned, or it could be the smoking gun we need. At least let me come with you. No, I said, thinking of the whistleblower's convenient accident. I need you to be my insurance policy. If I don't call you by 4 tomorrow, release everything we have to every major news outlet. Amy, promise me. She sighed. I promise, but please be careful. I looked at the USB drive glowing softly on my desk, then at Bruce's text about the dinner. Don't worry, I replied to him. I'll be there. Wouldn't miss it for the world. The address led me to an abandoned office building on the outskirts of town. My footsteps echoed through the empty lobby as I checked my phone. 2:57 p.m. Hello? My voice bounced off bare walls. I got your email. 3rd floor. A man's voice crackled through the old intercom system. Room 312. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back as I climbed the stairs, camera clutched to my chest. The 3rd floor was dark, except for one lit office at the end of the hall. A man sat behind a desk, his face hidden in shadow. Close the door. I did, then positioned myself near the exit. Who are you? Someone who knows what Carlton Industries is really hiding. He leaned forward, light revealing a lined face and tired eyes. And it's much worse than toxic waste. Nah, I'm recording this conversation, I warned. He smiled grimly. Good. Someone needs to document the truth. He slid a thick envelope across the desk. These are shipping manifests from the past 5 years. Carlton isn't just dumping waste. They're importing it, from countries where disposal regulations don't exist. I flipped through the documents, my hands shaking. They're making money on both ends. Billions. Your brother's latest merger? It's with a Chinese disposal company. They're expanding the operation. My camera whirred as I photographed each page. Why are you showing me this? Because my grandson died last month. Rare form of cancer, 3 years old. His voice cracked. I've worked for Carlton for 30 years, kept their secrets, not anymore. A door slammed somewhere below us. The man stiffened. You need to leave. Now. He stood quickly. Take the back stairs. Don't trust anyone, especially... Footsteps thundered up the main stairwell. The man shoved me toward a side door. Go! I ran through the dark hallway, finding the emergency exit just as voices echoed from the office. I took the stairs 2 at a time, burst out into the alley, and didn't stop running until I reached my car. My phone showed 3 missed calls from Bruce. As I caught my breath, it rang again. Where are you? He demanded. Out working. Why? We need to talk. Meet me at Harrison's bar, now. 20 minutes later, I slid into a booth across from my brother. He looked unusually disheveled. Someone's been accessing Carlton's financial records, he said without preamble. Internal documents are missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I met his gaze steadily. Why would I? Cut the act, Amy. Melina confessed everything. My blood ran cold. Is she okay? She's fine. Scared, but fine. He rubbed his face. Do you have any idea what you're doing? The people you're dealing with? Do you? I pulled out my phone, played the recording from earlier. 3-year-old children dying of cancer, Bruce. Your client is importing toxic waste from overseas, and you're helping them. It's not that simple. Seems pretty simple to me. These companies provide thousands of jobs, support entire communities. If they go down, children are dying. Lower your voice, he hissed. Listen to me very carefully. There's still time to stop this. Delete your footage. Forget what you've seen, please. Or what? His expression hardened. Or I can't protect you. I don't need your protection. I need you to do the right thing. The right thing? He laughed bitterly. The right thing is protecting our family. Dad's firm would collapse if this gets out. Everything he's built was built on blood money. Bruce slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, Amy. This isn't one of your little documentaries. These people, they make problems disappear permanently. Is that a threat? It's a warning from your brother who loves you. He stood up. You have 24 hours to hand over everything you have. After that, he shook his head. Just do the right thing. As he walked away, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Your source from the office building is dead. Heart attack, you're next. I called Eduardo immediately. They're closing in, I said when he answered. I need to release the documentary now. Not yet. We release this wrong, they'll bury it. Trust me. He paused. Come to my office first thing tomorrow. Bring everything you have. We'll do this right. I drove home the long way, checking constantly for tails. In my apartment, I copied all my files to multiple drives, sent one to Ria, another to a secure cloud account. Then I sat down at my computer and began editing. If anything happened to me, the world would know why. My phone buzzed one last time. Bruce again. 24 hours, Amy. Clock's ticking. I turned back to my screen, where my source's face froze in mid-sentence. Someone needs to tell the truth. Don't worry, I whispered. They will. The knock on my door came at 3 a.m. I froze in front of my editing screen, heart pounding. Amy, it's Melina. Please let me in. I checked the peephole before opening the door. My sister-in-law stood there, mascara streaked down her face. They know, she whispered, rushing inside. They know everything. Bruce has been on the phone all night. They're planning something. Slow down. I locked the door behind her. What exactly did you hear? Carlton's CEO called an emergency board meeting. Bruce said, she wrapped her arms around herself. He said they're handling the situation, permanently. Did he mention the man from the office building? They made it look like a heart attack. Amy, I'm scared. Not just for you. Her hand drifted to her stomach. What have we done? My laptop pinged with an email notification. Eduardo, don't come to the office. They're watching. Meet at alternate location. I need to get my footage somewhere safe, I said, starting to pack my equipment. Bruce will be home soon. He doesn't know I'm here. Melina grabbed my arm. There's something else. Your father. He's not just profiting from Carlton. He's on their board. The revelation hit like a physical blow. Since when? 3 years. It's why he pushed Bruce to handle their accounts. She pulled out her phone, showed me an email chain. They're all connected. The law firm, the waste disposal, the shell companies. Your father's been orchestrating everything. My hands shook as I copied the emails. Does my mother know? I don't think so. But Amy, Melina's voice dropped. The dinner tomorrow night? It's not just a dinner. They're planning to announce Bruce as Carlton's new legal director. They're bringing him inside. Another email from Eduardo popped up. Footage needs to air tomorrow, no later. I have to finish editing, I said, turning back to my computer. Let me help. Melina sat down beside me. I know where all the bodies are buried, literally. We worked through the night, piecing together interviews, documents, and financial records. As dawn broke, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. Your father knows you have sensitive documents. Please come home. We can talk about this. Don't reply, Melina warned. They're trying to locate you. By noon, the documentary was ready. I sent copies to Eduardo, Ria, and 3 major news networks. Then I called Sarah at the EPA. It's happening today, I told her. Have your team ready. Be careful, she replied. 2 of my investigators were followed this morning. I turned to Melina. You should go home. It's not safe for you here. It's not safe anywhere. She stood up, wincing. But Bruce will wonder where I am. As if summoned, my phone lit up with his name. Where's my wife? His voice was cold. How should I know? Cut the act. Her car's been parked outside your building all night. This is your last chance, Amy. The dinner's in 6 hours. Bring everything you have. We can fix this. Like you fixed the whistleblower? A long pause. That wasn't... We didn't. He sighed. Just come to dinner. Please, for Mom's sake. After he hung up, Melina touched my shoulder. What are you going to do? I looked at my laptop, where the finished documentary waited to expose decades of corruption and death. Then at my phone, showing the time of tonight's family dinner. I'm going to do both. Amy, no. It's too dangerous. They'll be distracted at dinner. It's the perfect time to release everything. I started gathering my equipment. But first, we need to get you somewhere safe. I'm not leaving you alone. You have to. Your baby comes first. I handed her a burner phone. I'll text you when it's done, if you don't hear from me by midnight. She hugged me fiercely. Be careful. After she left, I called Ria. Everything's ready, she said before I could speak. 3 networks are standing by. Eduardo has his contacts at the international press primed. We just need your signal. I thought about my father's face when he realized his own daughter brought down his empire. About Bruce's reaction when his perfect world crumbled. 8:30 p.m., I said. Release everything. What about you? I looked at my reflection in the window, straightening my shoulders. I'll be having dinner with my family. My phone buzzed one final time. A message from an unknown number. Your father's study, top drawer. The proof you really need. I took a deep breath, checking the time. 5 hours until dinner. 5 hours until I destroyed everything my family had built. Time to set the table. I whispered to my reflection. Hope they're hungry for truth. The security guard at my father's gate barely glanced at me as I drove through. 8:15 p.m. 15 minutes until everything changed. My mother opened the front door before I could knock. Amy, thank God! She hugged me tightly, whispering, Whatever's happening, we can fix this as a family. The dining room buzzed with conversation. Bruce stood with Carlton's CEO, Robert, their laughter echoing off the walls. My father held court at the head of the table, commanding attention as always. Ah, the prodigal daughter returns, he announced as I entered. Perfect timing. Robert was just asking about your creative pursuits. Documentaries, right? Robert's smile didn't reach his eyes. Fascinating field, though I hear your latest project might need some fact-checking. 8:22 p.m. My phone vibrated silently in my pocket. Actually, I said, accepting a glass of wine from the server, I'd love your input on some of my findings. Bruce's glass froze halfway to his lips. Amy, my father warned, perhaps this isn't the time. When is the time, Dad? After more children die? After you've buried all the evidence in your study's top drawer? The room fell silent. My father's face hardened. Excuse us, everyone. Amy, my office. Now. 8:27 p.m. I followed him down the hallway, Bruce close behind. The study door clicked shut behind us. What do you think you're doing? My father demanded. Wondering why you never told me you were on Carlton's board. I moved toward his desk. 3 years, Dad. All those times you dismissed my career, you were protecting your investment. You don't understand business. I understand right and wrong. I reached for the top drawer. Bruce grabbed my wrist. Don't. 8:30 p.m. My phone buzzed again. I smiled. Too late. The study door burst open. My mother stood there, face pale. Edward, you need to see this. All of you. We followed her to the living room, where the massive TV displayed breaking news. Exclusive. Corporate giant Carlton. Industries linked to mass environmental violations. Deaths. Robert stormed in. What is this? My footage played across the screen. The whistleblower's testimony, Sarah's documents, Melina's financial records. Then my father's name appeared, followed by evidence of his direct involvement. You little fool, my father whispered. Do you have any idea what you've done? Destroyed your empire? I pulled open my phone, showing the viewer counts climbing. It's streaming everywhere. International networks are picking it up. Robert grabbed his phone. Get me legal now! But his face told me he knew it was too late. How could you? Bruce advanced on me. Our family. Our family? I laughed. You mean the family that profits from poisoning children? That family? My mother sank into a chair, watching the footage continue. Her hand covered her mouth as photographs of victims appeared, including the whistleblower's 3-year-old grandson. Edward, she whispered, tell me you didn't know. His silence was answer enough. The front door slammed open. FBI agents poured in, followed by EPA officials. Sarah Matthews led them, holding a warrant. Robert Williams, Edward Howard, she announced. You're under investigation for environmental violations, corporate fraud, and conspiracy. You can't prove anything, Robert snarled. I pulled out the contents of my father's desk drawer, documents I'd photographed hours earlier while everyone prepared for dinner. Actually, they can. Dad kept meticulous records. Bruce stared at me, realization dawning. You were never here for dinner. No. I handed the documents to Sarah. I was here for justice. As agents began reading rights and conducting searches, my mother approached me. I should have stopped him, she said quietly. I saw the signs, but I chose not to look closer. Mrs. Howard, an agent interrupted, we'll need to ask you some questions. My father's voice cut through the chaos as they led him out. Amy, you'll regret this. Everything I did for this family. No, Dad. I watched as they escorted him to a waiting car. You did it for yourself. Outside, news vans were already arriving. Eduardo stood among the reporters, giving me a subtle nod. My phone buzzed with a text from Melina. Watching the news. Are you okay? Before I could reply, Bruce grabbed my shoulder. They're arresting our father, and you're texting. This will destroy us all. I shrugged off his hand. Maybe we needed destroying. As camera flashes lit up the night and reporters shouted questions, I thought about the woman from my first interview, pointing at her poisoned backyard. About the whistleblower who died trying to expose the truth. About Melina's unborn child, who would now grow up in a cleaner world. No, I whispered, watching my father's car drive away. We needed saving. 3 days after the arrests, Bruce showed up at my apartment unannounced. His perfect appearance had crumbled. Wrinkled shirt, stubble, dark circles under his eyes. They're seizing everything, he said, pushing past me into the living room. The firm's assets, Dad's accounts, even my savings. They're calling it proceeds of crime. Sit down, Bruce. You look like you're about to fall over. He collapsed onto my couch, Did you know they're investigating me too? 30 years of practicing law, possibly gone. Are you happy now? This isn't about being happy. I perched on the armchair across from him. It's about doing what's right. Right? He laughed bitterly. Melina's parents won't speak to her. Mom's being questioned daily. Dad's facing 20 years. The family's a laughingstock. My TV murmured in the background, where news channels still dissected the scandal. The documentary had gone viral, sparking investigations across multiple states. Have you visited him? I asked quietly. Dad? Yeah. Bruce ran a hand through his disheveled hair. He's different, broken, keeps saying he should have listened to you years ago. My phone buzzed. Eduardo calling again. Another network wanted an interview. They're calling you a hero, Bruce said, nodding at the TV. The brave whistleblower who exposed corporate corruption at the cost of her own family. I didn't do it for fame. No? He leaned forward. Then why? Really? Before I could answer, someone knocked. I opened the door to find my mother standing there, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. I hope I'm not interrupting, she said, then spotted Bruce. Oh, good, you're both here. She sat beside Bruce, hands clasped tightly in her lap. I've been doing a lot of thinking about where we went wrong as a family. Mom, don't! Bruce started. Let me finish. She turned to me. Amy, I failed you. Every time your father dismissed your dreams, I stayed silent. Every time Bruce mocked your choices, I looked away. You were trying to keep the peace, I said. I was being a coward. She straightened her shoulders. But you weren't. You saw wrong being done and you fought it, even knowing the cost. Bruce stood up abruptly. So we're celebrating the destruction of our family now? We're acknowledging the truth, Mom shot back, with unexpected steel in her voice. Your father poisoned communities for profit. You helped him hide it. I looked the other way. The only innocent person in this room is Amy. Innocent? Bruce exploded. She betrayed her own blood. No. I stood to face him. I gave you multiple chances to do the right thing. You chose Carlton over conscience every time. I chose family. Family? I grabbed my laptop, pulled up footage of the young cancer victims. Look at these families, Bruce. Look at what your choices did to them. He stared at the screen, at the faces of children fighting for their lives in hospital beds. His anger seemed to deflate. I never meant, he whispered. I didn't think. That's the problem. None of us thought about the real consequences. Mom touched his arm gently. But Amy did. My phone buzzed again. Melina this time. Doctor confirmed, it's twins. Bruce. I showed him the message. You're going to be a father. To twins. What world do you want them to grow up in? He sank back onto the couch, head in his hands. After a long moment, he looked up. The investigators, he said quietly. They've been asking about other companies, similar operations. I've been protecting them too. Bruce, Mom warned. No, she's right. He pulled out his phone. I can't change what I did, but I can stop it from happening again. He dialed a number. This is Bruce Howard. I need to speak to the FBI agent in charge of the Carlton investigation. I'm ready to talk. Mom squeezed my hand as Bruce walked to the window, speaking quietly into his phone. Your father asked to see you, she said softly. I'm not ready. I know, but when you are. She hugged me tightly. I'm proud of you, Amy. I should have said that years ago. Bruce finished his call, turning back to us with tears in his eyes. They want me to come in tomorrow. Full deposition. He attempted a weak smile. Guess I finally chose the right side. Better late than never, I said. As they prepared to leave, Bruce paused at the door. That first night, at dinner, when we laughed at your documentary dreams. He swallowed hard. I'm sorry. You proved us all wrong. After they left, I checked my messages. Eduardo had texted, Major international network wants to fund your next project. Ready to change the world again? I looked at the family photo on my wall, then at the faces of Carlton's victims still frozen on my laptop screen. Yes, I typed back. There's always more truth to tell. The prison visiting room smelled of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. My father sat across from me, orange jumpsuit replacing his usual tailored suits, looking older than I remembered. I wasn't sure you'd come, he said. Neither was I. He gestured at the newspaper between us. The headline read, Carlton Industries executives face criminal charges. Whistleblower documentary sparks global reform. You did what I never could, he said quietly. You chose integrity over profit. It wasn't a choice, Dad. It was the only right thing to do. He nodded slowly. Your brother's testimony. It's going to help a lot of families get justice. Bruce finally found his conscience. Better late than never. He attempted a smile. Like father, like daughter. You're both stubborn as hell once you choose a path. A guard walked past, keys jingling. Through the window, I could see Melina in the waiting room, her twins asleep in their stroller. Bruce sat beside them, reviewing legal documents, now working to help Carlton's victims instead of silencing them. I watched your documentary again last night, my father said. All of it, even the parts about me. He wiped his eyes. Those children, I told myself it wasn't my responsibility, that I was just handling the legal side. Lies are easy when they're profitable. Yes. He placed his hand on the glass between us. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know, I was wrong about you, about everything. My phone vibrated. Eduardo texting about our new investigation into similar corporations. We'd already uncovered 3 more Carlton-like operations. The network loved your pitch, my father said, nodding at my phone. I saw the announcement. A whole series exposing corporate corruption? Someone has to keep telling the truth. And you're the perfect person for it. He straightened in his chair. I'm testifying next week, against everyone. No more protecting the guilty. Through the window, I saw my mother arrive, joining Bruce and Melina. She waved, and for the first time in years, her smile reached her eyes. Your mother's different now, my father observed. Stronger. You did that too. She did it herself. We all make our own choices. He nodded at the newspaper again. The families, the ones Carlton hurt, are they getting help? The settlement Bruce negotiated will fund medical care for everyone affected. And the EPA's new regulations mean it can't happen again. Good. He cleared his throat. I have something for you. I asked your mother to bring it. He slid an envelope across the table. Open it. Inside was a letter, dated 15 years ago. My teenage handwriting filled the page, my first pitch for a documentary about local pollution. You kept this? It was the first time you stood up to me, told me money wasn't everything. His voice cracked. I should have listened then. A guard approached. Time's up. My father stood, hands shaking. Amy, I know I don't have the right to ask, but will you come back? I thought about the families finally getting justice, about Bruce's transformation, about my mother's newfound strength. Yes, I said. Not for who you were, but for who you're trying to become. In the waiting room, Melina handed me one of the twins. How was it? Healing, I said, smiling as the baby grabbed my finger. For both of us. Bruce looked up from his documents. The Victim Support Fund is approved. Every family will get what they need. My mother squeezed my shoulder. Your next documentary? Starts filming next week. 3 more companies, same pattern as Carlton. Good, Bruce said firmly. Take them all down. My phone buzzed. Ria sending a link to the latest article about our investigation's impact. Corporate reform laws were changing nationwide. Ready to go? Melina asked. The twins' naming ceremony is in an hour. As we walked out, I glanced back at the visiting room. My father watched through the window, pressing his hand against the glass. I pressed mine back, briefly, before turning away. Outside, the spring air felt clean and fresh. News vans still camped nearby, hoping for comments about the ongoing investigations. But they didn't matter. What mattered was Bruce holding his daughter, finally understanding what truly needed protecting. My mother standing tall, no longer afraid to speak truth to power. Melina planning to testify about other corporate crimes she'd witnessed. And me, I had a new documentary to film, more truth to tell, more justice to fight for. "Let's go," I said to my family. "We've got work to do." The twins gurgled happily as we drove away from the prison, toward whatever came next. Not an ending, but a beginning. Of accountability, of healing, of change. Sometimes the hardest truth to tell is the one that costs you everything. But sometimes, in losing everything, you find what matters most.
The numbers danced before my eyes, matching one by one, like some cosmic joke coming to life. 6, 12, 24, 33, 41, 47. I must have checked those numbers 50 times before my hands started shaking so badly I dropped my phone. My name is Savannah, and I just won $8.2 million in the state lottery. "Helen!" I screamed into my phone the moment my best friend picked up. "I won. I actually won." "Won what?" "The battle against your mom's guilt trips?" Helen's laugh crackled through the speaker. "The lottery. The actual lottery. I'm not kidding. Get over here now." 20 minutes later, Helen burst through my apartment door without knocking, still wearing her scrubs from her hospital shift. "Show me," she demanded, practically tackling me on my couch. We spent the next hour screaming, jumping around my tiny living room, and planning all the ways this money could change lives. Not just mine, others too. I can finally start that women's entrepreneurship fund I've been dreaming about, I said, my mind racing with possibilities. Help other women break free from. My phone buzzed. Mom's face appeared on the screen. "Honey," her voice was syrupy sweet, the tone she always used when she wanted something. "Your father and I just saw the announcement. We're coming over." Before I could protest, she hung up. Helen squeezed my hand. "Want me to stay?" I nodded. "Please." 30 minutes later, my parents arrived. Dad's usually stern face was lit up with an unfamiliar smile, and Mom was practically bouncing as she hugged me. "Our prayers have been answered," Mom exclaimed, sitting down on my second-hand couch like she owned it. "This is exactly what the family business needs." My stomach dropped. "What?" "The business, sweetheart," Dad jumped in, his voice unusually animated. "We've been struggling since the recession hit. This is perfect timing. We can expand the warehouse, hire more staff." "Wait," I interrupted, my voice sharper than intended. "I haven't even decided what I'm doing with the money yet." Mom's smile faltered. "What do you mean?" "Of course you'll invest in the family business. It's your inheritance, anyway." "I was actually thinking of starting a community fund," I said carefully, "to help women entrepreneurs get their start." "A what?" Dad's smile vanished. "Savannah, this is family we're talking about. The business your grandfather built from nothing. The business that's been bleeding money for years," I countered. "The one you refuse to modernize despite everyone's advice." "Don't be selfish," Mom snapped, her words cutting through the air like a knife. "Family comes first, always." Helen cleared her throat. "Maybe Savannah needs time to think things through. It's a lot of money." "With all due respect," Mom interrupted, not even looking at Helen. "This is a family matter." "Helen stays," I said firmly. "And this isn't a family matter. It's my money, my decision." Dad stood up, his face darkening. "Your grandfather would be ashamed. We raised you better than this." "Better than what?" I shot back, standing too. "Better than wanting to help others? Better than making my own choices?" "You're being ridiculous," Mom said, her voice trembling. "Think about your father's reputation in the community. Think about your sister Hope's future, about Tyron's." "I am thinking," I cut in, "I'm thinking about all the women in our community who never get a chance, who have great ideas but no support, who get told family first until their dreams die." The silence that followed was deafening. "Well," Mom finally said, gathering her purse, "I see you've made your choice. Don't come crying to us when you realize your mistake." They left without another word, the door slamming behind them. I collapsed onto the couch, my hands shaking again, but for entirely different reasons. Helen sat beside me, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "You okay?" "No," I admitted, wiping away angry tears. "But I will be. You know what the worst part is? They didn't even ask what I wanted. Not once. Just assumed they could decide for me, like always. So what are you going to do?" I took a deep breath, straightening my shoulders. "Exactly what I said. I'm starting that fund, and I'm going to make it so successful that they'll have to acknowledge that I made the right choice." Helen grinned. "Now that sounds like a plan I can get behind." My phone buzzed again. A text from my younger brother Tyron. "Just heard what happened. Mom and Dad are wrong. Do what you need to do. I've got your back." I smiled, feeling stronger already. Sometimes the family you choose understands you better than the family you're born into. And sometimes doing the right thing means being brave enough to stand alone. At least, I thought, looking at Helen and Tyron's message, I wasn't entirely alone. The first family dinner after the lottery win felt like walking into a minefield. I almost didn't go, but Tyron insisted. "They're planning something," he warned over the phone that morning. "Hope's been acting weird, and Mom's been cooking all day. You know she only makes her special lasagna when she wants something." He wasn't wrong. The moment I walked into my parents' house, the smell of Mom's famous lasagna hit me like a warm, manipulative hug. "Savannah," Hope rushed to greet me, her smile too bright. "We weren't sure you'd come." "Wouldn't miss it," I replied, noting how she was wearing her business casual outfit, the one she usually saved for important meetings. Definitely not a good sign. Dad barely looked up from his newspaper when I entered the living room, but Mom emerged from the kitchen, wearing her pearl necklace, another red flag. She only wore those pearls when she needed to remind us of our family legacy. "Perfect timing," Mom chirped. "Dinner's ready." The tension around the dining table was thick enough to cut with a knife. Tyron sat next to me, occasionally squeezing my hand under the table when things got particularly uncomfortable. "So," Hope started, carefully cutting her lasagna, "I've been doing some research about family business investments." "Hope," I warned. "Just hear me out," she pressed. "With proper investment, we could triple the business's value in 5 years. I've prepared a presentation." "You prepared a presentation for dinner?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Seriously, this isn't a joke, Savannah," Dad finally spoke, putting down his fork. "This is about securing our family's future." "No," I countered. "This is about controlling my choices." Again, Mom dabbed her lips with her napkin. "Remember when you wanted to study art in college? We guided you toward business school instead, and look how well that turned out." "Guided me," I scoffed. "You threatened to cut me off completely if I didn't do what you wanted." "We were protecting you," Mom insisted. "Like you protected me when I wanted to start my own boutique." Hope suddenly interjected, surprising everyone. "Or how you protected Tyron when he wanted to take that job in Seattle." Mom's face reddened. "That's different, is it?" Tyron spoke up, "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks exactly the same." "Enough." Dad's fist hit the table, making the plates rattle. "Savannah, you have a responsibility to this family. Your grandfather is dead," I finished firmly. "And I'm not him. I'm not you either, Dad. I have my own plans, my own vision." "Oh yes, your little charity project," Mom said dismissively. "It's not charity," I shot back. "It's investment in real people, real businesses. I've already met with financial advisors and lawyers. The framework is ready." "You what?" Dad's face turned purple. "Without consulting us? I'm 28 years old. I don't need your permission." Hope leaned forward. "But think about what this means for the family name." "The family name?" I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor. "You mean the same family name that's becoming synonymous with outdated practices and failed business strategies. The same family business that's losing contracts because you won't modernize or adapt." "How dare you?" Dad started. "No, how dare you?" I was shaking now, but I couldn't stop. "You want to know my plans? Fine. I'm starting a fund that will support women entrepreneurs in our community. Real support, not just money, but mentorship, networking, resources. And I'm announcing it at the Chamber of Commerce meeting next week. The silence that followed was deafening. You can't do this, Mom whispered. Watch me. Tyron stood up too. Actually, I want to help. I've been learning about sustainable business practices, and I think— Sit down, Dad ordered. No. Tyron replied quietly. I'm done sitting down. Hope looked between us all, conflict clear on her face. Maybe we should at least hear what Savannah has planned. Hope, Mom gasped. I'm just saying. Enough, Dad roared. Savannah, if you go through with this, you're no longer welcome in this house. I grabbed my purse, fighting back tears. Then I guess this is goodbye. Tyron followed me to the door. I'll call you tomorrow, he whispered. We'll figure this out. As I drove away, my phone buzzed with a text from Hope. I don't agree with how you're doing this, but I respect your courage. Be careful. I pulled over, finally letting the tears fall. My hands were shaking as I called Helen. They're never going to forgive me, I sobbed when she answered. Maybe not, she replied gently. But sometimes being right feels worse than being wrong. Come over, I've got wine and those terrible romance movies you love. I smiled through my tears, already turning toward her place. Sometimes family isn't about who shares your name. It's about who shares your vision. And right now, my vision was crystal clear, even if the path there wasn't. Your mission statement needs work, Helen said, red pen hovering over my draft. It sounds too apologetic. We were sitting in my newly rented office space. Nothing fancy, just a converted warehouse unit with exposed brick walls and huge windows. But it felt like possibility. What about empowering women entrepreneurs through strategic investment and mentorship? I suggested. Better. Helen scribbled notes. More confident. A knock interrupted us. Tyron poked his head in, grinning. Your first applicant is here. My heart jumped. Already? A young woman in a crisp linen blazer followed him in. Her natural hair was pulled back in a neat bun, and she carried a worn leather portfolio that had seen better days. I'm Adeline, she said, extending her hand. I know I'm early, but I couldn't wait. I've been following your social media announcements about the fund. Please, sit. I gestured to the second-hand couch I'd bought last week. Tell me about your business idea. Adeline's eyes lit up as she opened her portfolio. I call it Second Skin Sustainable Fashion. We take discarded luxury garments and transform them into new pieces, maintaining their high-end appeal while promoting sustainability. She spread out sketches and business projections. Her passion was infectious, her research thorough. This was exactly what I'd been hoping for. The problem is, she continued, traditional lenders don't take sustainable fashion seriously. They want fast fashion profits, like my family's warehouses full of cheap knockoffs, I muttered. What? Nothing. I shook my head. Tell me more about your target market. An hour later, Helen and I watched Adeline leave, both of us buzzing with excitement. She's perfect, Helen declared. Exactly the kind of entrepreneur you want to support. My phone buzzed, another voicemail from Dad. I played it on speaker. Savannah, this has gone far enough. You're embarrassing the family. The business community is talking. Your mother can barely show her face at church. If you don't stop this nonsense immediately. I deleted it before he could finish. Wow, Helen whistled. He's really pulling out all the stops. You should hear the ones from Mom, I sighed. All about how I'm breaking her heart and destroying our legacy. Tyron, who'd been quiet, suddenly spoke up. You know what's ironic? Dad's latest shipment of knockoff handbags just got seized at customs. The business is in worse shape than they're letting on. What? I spun around. How do you know? I still help with the books. Remember, they're desperate for your money, Savannah. More than they're admitting. My phone buzzed again. A text from Hope. Mom's organizing a family intervention. Don't come to Sunday dinner unless you want a guilt trip from every aunt and uncle in the state. Great, I groaned. Now they're mobilizing the entire extended family. Good thing we're mobilizing too, a new voice said. We all turned to see Mila, the business mentor I'd hired, standing in the doorway. Her gray-streaked hair was tied back in a practical ponytail, and she carried a stack of files. "I've got 15 more applications from women entrepreneurs," she announced, dropping the files on my desk. Words spreading fast, I flipped through the applications, my excitement growing. Tech startups, artisanal food businesses, eco-friendly cleaning services. Each one unique, each one promising. "This is really happening," I breathed. "It sure is," Mila smiled. "And wait until you see tomorrow's business journal." She pulled out her tablet, showing us the headline. "Local heiress breaks family tradition to support women entrepreneurs." They interviewed me. I grabbed the tablet. "They interviewed Adeline too," Mila said. "She's already becoming our poster child for sustainable business practices." My phone exploded with notifications. Apparently, the article had just gone live. Messages from my parents started pouring in. "How dare you air our family business in public?" Dad's text read. "I raised you better than this," Mom wrote. But mixed in with their messages was one from an unknown number. "My daughter showed me your article. I've been running my business from my garage for 3 years. Can we talk?" Then another. "Is it true you're funding women-owned businesses? I have a patent pending." And another. Finally, someone understanding what we need. Tears blurred my vision as the messages kept coming. "You okay?" Helen asked softly. "Yeah," I wiped my eyes. I knew there was a need, but seeing it like this is bigger than your family drama now," Mila said firmly. "These women need you. Are you ready?" I looked around at my support system. Helen with her red pen, Tyron with his insider knowledge, Mila with her experience. Then I thought of Adeline's passionate pitch and all the other women waiting for their chance. "I'm ready," I said, straightening my shoulders. "Let's change some lives." "Your sister's been sitting in her car outside for 20 minutes, Helen announced, peering through the office blinds. I looked up from the grant application I was reviewing. Sure enough, Hope's silver SUV was parked across the street, her silhouette visible in the driver's seat. "Should we call security?" Mila asked, only half joking. "No," I sighed. "I'll handle it." The spring air was crisp as I crossed the street. Hope rolled down her window as I approached, looking uncomfortable in her corporate suit. "This isn't another intervention attempt, is it?" I asked. "No, She hesitated. "Can we talk? Somewhere private?" 5 minutes later, we were sitting in my office. Hope perched awkwardly on the edge of the couch, clutching her designer handbag like a shield. "Mom and Dad don't know I'm here," she blurted out. "They'd kill me if they knew." "Okay." "I saw Adeline's collection launch yesterday," Hope continued. "The sustainable fashion line you funded. It's amazing, Savannah. The press coverage alone." "I know," I smiled, thinking of Adeline's triumphant face at the launch party. "She's already got orders from 3 major retailers." "That's actually why I'm here." Hope took a deep breath. "The family business is in trouble. Serious trouble." Tyron mentioned the customs issue. "It's worse than that," Hope interrupted. "Much worse. Dad's latest shipment wasn't just seized. He's facing potential charges for trademark infringement, and the bank's threatening to call in their loans." My stomach dropped. Why didn't anyone tell me? Because Dad's too proud, and Mom's in denial. But that's not all. Hope leaned forward. "I've been doing research on your fund. The businesses you're supporting, they're actually making money, real money. While our family's stuck in the same old patterns, you're actually building something sustainable." "That's the point," I said. "We provide more than just money. We offer mentorship, networking." "I want in," Hope blurted out. I blinked. "What?" "Not as a recipient," she clarified quickly. "As a mentor. Before I joined the family business, I got my MBA. I know about marketing, about brand development. I could help." Before I could respond, Tyron burst into the office, his face pale. "Savannah, you need to see this." He thrust his phone at me. It was a local news website, featuring a headline that made my blood run cold. Blake family business under investigation. Federal agents raid warehouse. Hope's hand flew to her mouth. Oh God, it's happening already. My phone started ringing. Mom's number flashing on the screen. I answered on speaker. How could you do this to us? She sobbed. Was this your plan all along? To destroy your father's business? What? Mom, I had nothing to do with. First you abandon us. Then you start that ridiculous fund. And now this? Your father's being questioned by federal agents. Mom, stop. Hope interrupted. Savannah didn't cause this. We did this to ourselves. Hope? What are you doing there? Are you betraying us too? Mila, who'd been quietly observing, stepped forward. Mrs. Blake, I'm Mila Rose, your daughter's business advisor. Perhaps we could schedule a meeting to discuss some potential solutions. Solutions? Mom's voice turned bitter. The only solution is for Savannah to come home and help save what's left of our family's legacy. Actually, Tyron said, I think Hope's right. Maybe it's time for the family business to evolve. The silence on the other end was deafening. Mom? I tried. Your father will never forgive this, she whispered, before hanging up. Hope buried her face in her hands. This is a nightmare. No, I said firmly. This is an opportunity. Hope, you said you want to help? Prove it. Help me show them there's a better way to do business. How? Start by meeting our entrepreneurs. See what they're building. Maybe there's a way to transform the family business into something we can all be proud of. Mila nodded approvingly. I have a workshop tomorrow. 10 women launching their businesses. Why don't you both come? Hope looked uncertain, but Tyron grinned. Count me in. Someone needs to document this for future family therapy sessions. Despite everything, I laughed. Looking at my siblings, Hope with her MBA and hidden dreams, Tyron with his quiet wisdom, I realized maybe this crisis was exactly what our family needed. You know Dad's going to fight this every step of the way, Hope warned. Probably, I agreed. But he can't fight success, and that's exactly what we're going to show him. My phone buzzed with a text from Helen. Just heard about your dad, coming over with emergency pizza and wine. Also, Adeline called. Wait until you hear her latest idea. I smiled. Sometimes the family you choose helps you fix the family you're born with. And sometimes it takes a crisis to build something better. The door to my office crashed open with such force that the Women's Empowerment Fund plaque fell off the wall. Dad stormed in, his face redder than I'd ever seen it, waving a newspaper. Is this what you wanted? He shouted, throwing the paper on my desk. To see your father in handcuffs on the front page. Dad, do you have any idea what this has done to our reputation? Your mother can't even go to the grocery store without people whispering. Hope and Tyron, who'd been in a meeting with me, stood up protectively, but I waved them back down. This confrontation had been brewing for weeks. Maybe, I said carefully, people are whispering because the business was selling knockoff products, not because I started a legitimate investment fund. Don't you dare take that tone with me, he growled. I built that business to give you children opportunities. Opportunities? Hope suddenly interjected. Like when you told me I couldn't start my own boutique because it would compete with family interests? Dad turned on her. You too. Has Savannah corrupted everyone in this family? Actually, Tyron spoke up. Savannah's the only one being honest about what this family needs. Honest? Dad laughed bitterly. You want honest? Fine. The business is finished. The bank's foreclosing. The suppliers have blacklisted us. And your mother's having anxiety attacks. Happy now? My heart clenched. Dad, sit down, please. Let's talk about this. Talk? Like you talked to us before starting this fund, before giving money to strangers instead of your own family. Those strangers are building successful, legal businesses, I countered. Adeline's sustainable fashion line just got picked up by 3 major retailers. Maria's tech startup just secured additional venture funding. These women are tearing our family apart. He slammed his fist on my desk. No, Dad. Hope said quietly. Your refusal to change is tearing us apart. The office door opened again, and Mom walked in, looking smaller and more tired than I'd ever seen her. "Ibrahim," she said softly to Dad, "the lawyers are waiting." "Mom," I stood up. "Stay, both of you. Let me show you what we're building here." "Building?" Dad scoffed. "You're destroying everything we worked for." "No." I pulled out a folder. "I'm creating something new, something better. Look at these numbers. Look at the businesses we're supporting. Legal businesses, sustainable businesses." "Sustainable like Adeline's fashion line?" Mom asked unexpectedly. I saw her interview in the business journal. "Yes," I seized the opening. "And she's just the beginning. We're not just giving out money. We're creating a network, a community. These women support each other, learn from each other. While our family business dies," Dad muttered. "It doesn't have to," Tyron said. "Savannah's fund could help us transition to legitimate business practices." Hope's got ideas for rebranding. "You've all lost your minds," Dad interrupted, but I noticed his voice had lost some of its thunder. "Dad," I tried one more time. "You always taught us that family comes first, but maybe it's time to redefine what that means. Maybe it's not just about preserving the past. Maybe it's about building a better future." Mom touched Dad's arm. "Ibrahim, maybe we should listen. Listen to our children telling us everything we did was wrong." "Not wrong," I said softly. "Just outdated. The world's changing, Dad. We need to change with it." He stared at me for a long moment, then at Hope and Tyron. Finally, he looked at Mom, who nodded slightly. "Fine," he said gruffly. "Show me these numbers you're so proud of." For the next hour, we walked them through everything: the successful businesses, the mentorship program, the community impact. Mom asked questions about Adeline's fashion line, while Dad grudgingly admitted some of our financial projections weren't completely ridiculous. As they were leaving, Mom hugged me for the first time in months. "I still don't understand everything you're doing," she whispered, "but I'm trying to." Dad just nodded stiffly before walking out, but he didn't slam the door this time. After they left, Hope collapsed onto the couch. "Well, that was intense, but productive," Tyron added. "Did you see Dad's face when you showed him Adeline's profit margins?" My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. "Your father would never admit it, but he kept the folder with your business plans. He's reading it now." I smiled, feeling a glimmer of hope. "Maybe sometimes," I said to my siblings, "destroying something old is the only way to build something new." Speaking of building, Hope pulled out her laptop. "Want to hear my ideas for rebranding the family business?" Looking at my sister's excited face and my brother's supportive smile, I realized that sometimes the hardest battles lead to the most important victories. And maybe, just maybe, our family could become something stronger than before. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adeline Jordan of Second Skin Sustainable Fashion. The conference room erupted in applause as Adeline took the stage. From my seat in the front row, I could see her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted the microphone, but her voice was steady and strong. 6 months ago, I was working from my garage, turning old designer clothes into new fashion statements. Today, thanks to the Women's Empowerment Fund, we have a full production facility, 28 employees, and contracts with major retailers. More applause. I felt Helen squeeze my hand excitedly. "But the real success story," Adeline continued, "isn't just about numbers. It's about community. Every piece we create is made by local artisans, many of whom are also fund recipients. We're not just making clothes, we're making change." In the middle of the audience, I spotted Mom, sitting straight-backed and proper, her expression unreadable. She'd shown up unexpectedly, slipping in just as the presentations began. After Adeline, 3 more entrepreneurs presented their success stories. Maria showcased her tech platform's growing user base. Sarah demonstrated her eco-friendly cleaning products. Jasmine revealed the expansion plans for her urban farming initiative. During the networking break, Mom approached me, clutching her handbag like a shield. "That Adeline," she said carefully. "She reminds me of you at her age. So determined." Before I could respond, Mila rushed over. "Savannah, The reporter from Forbes is here. And you won't believe who else. Representatives from National Bank's Corporate Investment Division. Mom's eyebrows shot up. Forbes, excuse me, a woman in a sharp business suit interrupted. I'm Amanda from National Bank. We're very interested in discussing a partnership with your fund. Partnership, Mom and I said simultaneously. Amanda smiled. Your success rate with startups is impressive. We'd like to explore matching funds for future investments. Perhaps we could schedule a meeting. As Amanda walked away, Mom touched my arm. Savannah, I need to tell you something. Your father. She was interrupted by Hope, rushing over, her face flushed with excitement. The Sustainable Fashion Association wants Adeline to keynote their annual conference, and they're interested in our family's warehouse space for their next expo. Our warehouse, Mom frowned. But it's being foreclosed. Not if we move fast, Hope said. I've been running numbers. If we convert it into a sustainable fashion hub, with Adeline as anchor tenant. Hope, Mom cut in sharply. Your father would never. Actually, a gruff voice said behind us. I might consider it. We all spun around. Dad stood there, looking uncomfortable in his old suit, hands shoved in his pockets. Dad? I gasped. What are you doing here? He shifted awkwardly. Your mother's been showing me the news articles about your fund, about these women you're helping. He gestured at the room full of successful entrepreneurs. I thought I should see for myself. And, Hope prompted. And, he took a deep breath. I've been doing things the wrong way for a long time. The silence between us was heavy with years of conflict and misunderstanding. The warehouse, he continued finally. Hope's idea, it has merit. Better than watching the bank take it. Ibrahim, Mom whispered, touching his arm. I'm not saying I like everything about this, he added quickly. But I'm willing to listen. Before anyone could respond, Adeline approached our group. Mr. and Mrs. Blake, I just wanted to thank you personally. Your daughter's fund didn't just save my business. It showed me what's possible when someone believes in you. Dad stared at her for a long moment. You employ local workers? Yes, sir. 28 so far, with plans to hire 12 more next month. And your sustainable fashion. It makes money? Adeline smiled. Would you like to see our quarterly projections? To everyone's surprise, Dad nodded. I would, actually. As Adeline led my parents toward her presentation booth, Helen appeared at my side. Did I just see your dad voluntarily talking about sustainable fashion? I think, I said slowly, we just witnessed a miracle. More like the power of success, Mila commented, joining us. Nothing changes minds like solid profits and good press. My phone buzzed, an email from Forbes requesting an interview, then another from National Bank confirming a meeting, then a text from Tyrone. Dad just asked me to research sustainable fashion industry trends. Who is this man, and what did you do with our father? Looking around the room at all these successful women, at my sister's excited planning, at my parents actually listening to Adeline's presentation, I felt something shift. This wasn't just about proving my family wrong anymore. It was about proving something bigger, that change is possible, that success can come from unexpected places, and that sometimes the best revenge is simply doing the right thing well. So, Hope said, rejoining us with a grin. Ready to help me convince Dad to paint the warehouse pink? Let's not push our luck, I laughed, one miracle at a time. The warehouse definitely needs better lighting, Adeline said, her heels clicking on the concrete floor. But the bones are good. Dad trailed behind us, hands clasped behind his back, watching as Adeline gestured at various spaces. This could be the main production area, here, a showroom, and that mezzanine would make perfect office space. The electrical will need updating, Dad muttered, but I noticed he was taking mental notes. Already got quotes. Hope chimed in, waving her tablet. The sustainable energy grants could cover 40% of the costs. A month had passed since the conference, and somehow we'd managed to get Dad to consider converting his failing warehouse into a sustainable fashion hub. The bank had agreed to halt foreclosure proceedings while we developed the new business plan. And you really think other designers will rent space here? Dad asked skeptically. We already have 6 interested tenants, Adeline replied. All fund recipients, all with proven track records. Speaking of track records, Mom's voice echoed as she entered through the side door. The newspaper is here. A young reporter followed her in, notebook in hand. Mr. Blake, is it true you're transitioning from import-export to sustainable fashion? That's quite a change. Dad straightened his shoulders, and I held my breath, waiting for his response. Sometimes, he said slowly, you have to adapt or die. My daughter taught me that. I nearly dropped my phone in shock. Mom beamed. And Ms. Blake, the reporter turned to me. How does it feel to see your fund's success inspiring your family's business transformation? Before I could answer, a commotion at the entrance interrupted us. Mila burst in, followed by Helen and several suited executives. They're here early, Mila announced breathlessly. The National Bank investment team. Now, Hope squeaked, smoothing her blazer. We haven't even finished the presentation. Actually, the lead executive stepped forward. We've seen enough. Your fund's success rate, combined with this warehouse conversion project, we're prepared to make an offer. Dad's eyebrows shot up. What kind of offer? Full financing for the warehouse renovation, plus matching funds for the next round of entrepreneur grants. The reporter scribbled frantically. There's one condition, the executive continued. We want this to be a pilot program. If successful, we'll replicate it in other cities. Replicate, Mom whispered. Your daughter's model works, the executive explained. Small business incubation, sustainable practices, community investment. It's the future of ethical business. Dad sat heavily on a nearby crate. The future, he repeated softly. Ibrahim, Mom touched his shoulder. This could save everything. Make it better, even. Could we? Dad cleared his throat. Could we keep the family name on the building? Of course, Adeline said quickly. How about Blake's Sustainable Fashion Hub? The reporter raised her hand. Could I get a photo? The whole family, plus Adeline. This is quite a story. Local business, reborn, through next-generation leadership. As we gathered for the photo, I felt Mom slip her hand into mine. I'm sorry, she whispered, for not believing in you sooner. Smile, the reporter called. Later, as the executives discussed details with Dad and Hope, Adeline pulled me aside. You know what's ironic, she said. If your parents hadn't fought you so hard about the fund, you might never have pushed to make it this successful. And without that success, without it, we couldn't save the family business, I finished. Talk about karma. Sometimes the best revenge is massive success, Helen quipped, joining us. It's not about revenge anymore, I realized. It's about evolution. Speaking of evolution, Tyrone called out. Dad's asking about installing solar panels. Who is this man, and what have you done with our father? We all laughed, watching Dad enthusiastically discuss renewable energy with the bank executives. Mom was showing the reporter old photos of the warehouse on her phone, pride evident in her voice as she described its upcoming transformation. Ms. Blake, one of the executives approached me. We'd like to discuss expanding your role. With the pilot program rolling out nationally, we need someone with your vision at the helm. My phone buzzed, a text from Hope. See, told you burning bridges sometimes lights the way forward. I looked around the warehouse, at Adeline sketching designs with her team, at Mom and Dad embracing change instead of fighting it, at my siblings finding their own paths within our new family legacy. You know what's funny? I said to Helen. I started this fund to prove my parents wrong. Instead, it proved that sometimes the right thing and the smart thing are the same thing. And that families can change, she suggested. That too. I smiled, watching Dad actually laugh at something Adeline said. That too. The warehouse might still need better lighting, but our future had never been brighter. And now, to cut the ribbon for the Blake Sustainable Fashion Hub, the mayor announced. We have 3 generations of the Blake family. Dad stepped forward first, looking sharp in his new suit. One of Adeline's designs, of course. Mom stood beside him, wearing a proud smile and a sustainable silk scarf. Hope, Tyron, and I completed the line, holding the oversized scissors together. "Ready?" Dad whispered, his hands steady on the scissors. Together. The ribbon fell, and applause erupted from the crowd gathered in front of the transformed warehouse. The building's facade gleamed with solar panels and living walls, while the new logo, designed by Hope, sparkled in recycled metal letters. "I never thought I'd see the day," Helen murmured beside me. "Your dad actually wearing sustainable fashion. I never thought I'd see him smiling at a grand opening that wasn't for a discount store," Tyron added. Inside, the space buzzed with energy. Adeline's showroom dominated the ground floor, while other entrepreneurs we'd funded occupied carefully designed spaces throughout the building. The mezzanine housed our fund's offices, where Mila was already conducting tours for potential investors. "Savannah," Mom called, waving me over to where she stood with a group of her church friends. "Tell them about the employment program." As I explained how we'd created jobs for local artisans, I watched Dad showing some business associates around. He stopped at each entrepreneur's space, proudly introducing them like they were family. "Remember when he couldn't even say the word sustainable without grimacing?" Hope whispered, appearing at my elbow. "Remember when Mom cried because I wouldn't invest in knockoff handbags?" I whispered back. "I heard that," Mom said, joining us. "And I was wrong. We were all wrong." She squeezed my hand. "But you showed us a better way." "Mrs. Blake," Adeline approached, carrying a garment bag. "The prototype is ready." Mom's eyes lit up. She'd been collaborating with Adeline on a line of sustainable fashion for elegant, mature women, as she put it. Watching my mother transform from skeptic to enthusiastic sustainable fashion advocate had been one of the most surprising developments of all. "Ibrahim," Mom called, "come see our new design." As my parents huddled with Adeline over the prototype, Helen nudged me. "Look who just walked in." A group of national bank executives entered, led by their CEO, but it was the woman with them who caught my attention. The same loan officer who'd rejected my first business loan application 2 years ago. She recognized me too, approaching with an awkward smile. "Ms. Blake, congratulations on all your success." "Thank you," I replied, keeping my voice neutral. "Would you like a tour? We could start with our profit margins." She flushed, but before she could respond, Dad called everyone to attention. "I'd like to say something," he announced, his voice carrying across the space. The crowd quieted. When my father started this business, he had a dream of creating a legacy. For years, I thought protecting that legacy meant never changing. I was wrong. He gestured around the transformed warehouse. This is what legacy really means. Not clinging to the past, but building a better future. And I have my daughter Savannah to thank for showing me that. And Hope and Tyron, Mom added quickly, making everyone laugh. And Hope and Tyron, Dad agreed. But mostly, I want to thank all these incredible entrepreneurs who trusted us with their dreams. You're not just renting space here, you're part of our family now. Speaking of family, Adeline stepped forward. "We have an announcement. The Sustainable Fashion Hub model is being adopted by 5 other cities. Mrs. Blake will be heading up the mentorship program, and Mr. Blake will be advising on the conversions of industrial spaces." My parents beamed, and I felt tears prick my eyes. A year ago, they couldn't imagine life beyond their failing business. Now they were pioneering a national movement. "You did this," Helen whispered. "You changed everything." "We did this," I corrected, watching Hope show off her marketing plans to the bank executives, while Tyron explained our solar power system to interested investors. "All of us." The loan officer approached again, this time more hesitant. "Ms. Blake, we're launching a new division focused on sustainable business loans. Would you consider serving on our advisory board?" I smiled, thinking of all the future entrepreneurs who might need someone to believe in them. "I'd be honored." "Savannah," Mom called, "come take a family photo." As I joined my family in front of Adeline's window display, I realized something profound. Sometimes the greatest act of love isn't protecting what is, but fighting for what could be. And sometimes the family business isn't about the business at all. It's about the family and how it grows together. Everyone say, sustainable, the photographer called. And we did together, laughing at how far we'd come and excited about where we were going.